Good morning and welcome to the Nottingham Hockey Centre for the International Masters Invitation event. The home of Beeston Hockey Club is hosting 2 weekends of World Masters hockey activity. Teams from England, Ireland, Scotland and Wales, with other invited guests from over 35s to over 55s, will take to the field during this second weekend of exciting Masters hockey. The teams have made their way out already, shaken hands and have gone back into their respective huddles. The first game today is England over55 versus Wales over55s. Both sides, having players with a wealth of international experience. There are the starting lineups for either side. Wales, a group that know each other well. England, the team that lost to Germany in the European finals back in 2019. The starting lineups marked with an X, but expect some pretty fast rotations given the pace that this game is likely to be played at. In their respective games yesterday, Wales lost 3-1 to England 55Bs with a lone goal for John Herbert. England 55s beat Scotland 55s 4-0 with a goal from Firebrand's legend, well, back in my day, Richard Purchase, and a hat-trick from another earlier playing colleague from days gone by, Paddy Osborne. The teams just make their way out. The umpires today, Angela Buckley and Jason Syne, both of England. Just to give them a mention, Annie Hersine, Chris O'Donovan, Dean Newell and Emma Longbottom on the bench, making sure this game takes place with the degree of control that might be required. Both of these sides have said in the chats I've had with them pitch side, they're looking to go out aggressively, assert themselves and try and dominate proceedings. Well, if both sides try to do that, it will be an interesting 70 minutes. 4 quarters of 15.5 minutes. The clock will not stop for penalty corners, which is what we see at full international level. Streaming coverage, and we are underway. Wales all in black, playing from left to right across your screens. England in the white shirts, blue shorts and red socks, playing from right to left. As we start this, our streaming today in the tournament in general wouldn't be possible without the support of our sponsors. Today's presenting partner is Sandycliff Ford of Beeston. They support local sport. They also provide high quality new and used cars. That was high quality from England, around to the left hand side of the circle. Rolling back on the forehand, recycling play. The interception coming to nothing straight away, but England have good second phase possession out wide down that right hand side, but it comes to nothing. The second sponsor, our accommodation partners, the Village Hotel Group. They operate 32 fabulous quality hotels across the UK, and they're hosting a large number of the teams playing here both last weekend and this weekend. So sincere thanks to both of those sponsors. Roger Wall looks to make the ball work the ball down that right hand side again. Wales intercepting well. Taken down on the right by Paul Sherratt. Wales have it under control, looking for that forward pass. Find the forward pass, rotation forward, trying to get towards the edge of the circle. Dave Watkins comes to nothing as he rotates through. All the way back down. Defensive left for England. A little bit of a loose touch, trying to get the ball away. Steve Askins not under control cleanly. Wales, nice first time passers. Good supporting run going on the inside from Tim Crabb as the ball's carried down by Dave Watkins into that bottom dead corner. Crabb does well, gets the ball under control, works it into the circle. Wales still just half a chance trying to get it, and Roger Wall carries it away. Little weighted pass forwards. The touch for the forward run, but that'll get, well, I was going to say get intercepted. It isn't intercepted. Long run forwards into that top left-hand corner. Michael Crowson gets his eyes up. There is a ball across the circle. Missed touch, but collision between goalkeeper and England player. Gone down very, very hard onto a shoulder. The floated ball forwards from Crowson was the right pass in. Goalkeeper came out to block it. Collision between goalkeeper and player. Roger Wall goes to check that a teammate is okay. I think it was Rob Ward who went flying over the top of John Short, the Peterborough goalkeeper playing for Wales today. Everybody seems to have dusted themselves down and got away from that with no major injuries, although the impact was heavy. Wales will reset. Keith Walters, the captain, will be looking to talk to his side through this. That's Bob Fleck on the ball there. Keith Walters is the Welsh captain. He was talking to them in the huddle before the game, talking about how he expects to see and feel the pressure coming from this England A side. Chased down nicely by Rob Ward, got a full stick on it. Wales just scrambling a little bit. England again attempting to play high, get interceptions well up the pitch. Hit ball through the left channel. The lead, the long lead run, the attempted lead from Andy Rees-Jones. We'll see him on the top of the circle for penalty corners if and when Wales win any. Looking to just start in the middle of the pitch and lead out wide. Compact the England defence into the middle and leave wing spaces. Wales, high front three. Trying to deny passes into the midfield unsuccessfully. Wall picks and rolls that out to D'Souza. D'Souza down the line. Picked up cleanly and worked forward by Congerton. Touch off Wales still means England retain possession. England still potentially working down that congested right-hand side. Congerton wins a free hit, but suggest he possibly needs a call from behind him as to whether he can get out of that congestion. Captain Walters picks and moves. Purchase takes it away from him as well. Cleanly taken in the umpire's opinion. Little floated ball through down the right-hand side. The missed touch from the lead by Ward. Not taken on the reverse as he tries to pick and roll into the circle. Burrows works it out to the right-hand side. Right-hand side for Wales under control by Kyriakides. Gets it taken off him. Lovely little drop ball under the arm, but then similarly left behind by Askins. Forced through in the half touch off an England stick. Nichols unable to get a clean control. Wales possession. Fairly certain that got knocked off the pitch with the first self-pass for anybody that's watching. However, umpires with a degree of leniency in these early minutes. Wales turn that over. Dave Watkins pushing it harmlessly off the sideline, looking for his captain Walters to make that lead. England go back. Nichols finds D'Souza. Inches away from an interception as England go round the back. They need to play that just with a little bit more purpose, a little bit firmer. Given away once again. Wales look up. Evans plays the forward ball, but it's not accurate. England come away again. First time pass in field. Crowson found Purchase. Purchase finds Wall out on that right hand side. Wall gets his eyes up. Lovely little floated ball into the circle. Can England get a touch on it? They can't. Wales can work that forward. Coming out of that bottom left hand corner very well on the backhand. Work the ball forward. Captain finds it. Leading backwards. Absolutely nowhere to go. Being forced back by England. That will potentially get intercepted, but a valuable touch. Really important from Kyriakides. Pick, touch and layoff is clever. Looking to work that and a long ball into the circle. Clever ball. Smash forward. Little bit of a lift on it. Only needed the faintest of touches and would have troubled Rob Brown in the England goal. Rob Brown not plays for Isker down in the southwest of England. Overhead pass, thrown well into space. Taken down by England. Wales having to back off 5 yards. 2-on-1 on the last defender. Square ball is on if they can get it across. They do get it across. Possibility to shoot. Poor first touch. Goalkeeper then makes a save because the first touch from Osborne was, when by his standards, rubbish. You're looking at a situation where open goal. He's taken the top edge and it's gone back away from the goal. Indecisive as to whether play at that first time with the opening goal beckoning, but the skippy ball across just created a degree of hesitancy. Purchase rolls the ball forward into the circle. Hasn't gone the 5 metres before it's played. Wales can work it out from the back. Sousa putting pressure on Walters. Sousa winning that, rotating back out. Purchase has dropped back into a central back position. Nichols gets his eyes up under pressure now. The chase back from Wales, trying to put pressure on Nichols, forcing him to run forwards. Does so, finds space down the left-hand side. Askins works it up, finds teammate on the edge of the circle. Osborne, as he rolls back into that space, can't get clean contact. Through ball now, one-on-one, if there is enough pace on this. Really good high position. Rhys Jones looking to get it into the circle, does get it into the circle. It's a scramble save from Rob Brown. The second phase, really good from Carlo Lucioli. England getting caught, ball side, no cover defence. That high run from Andy Rhys-Jones troubling them as the ball went through, and that's the first really good chance for Wales. It mirrors the opportunity from Osborne just moments ago. A good chance from either side at this moment. Still scores 0-0 after 7.5 minutes. England down the right-hand side, ball across the goal. Comes to absolutely nothing. Arms outstretched for England, suggesting there was some sort of infringement. Nothing that we could see, nothing that the umpires saw. Lovely little deflected touch moving that ball forwards. Allows Wales to get good possession. Eyes up, working through. Check back to create a bit of security on the ball. Evans gets eyes up, looking long, tries to play through that midfield channel. The push pass is read and intercepted by Purchase. Purchase with a little bobbly floated ball through. Absolutely great execution. Is that going to hit the post? It does. It was read by Osborne. That's the fastest we've seen him move so far this game, as he anticipated that moving off the outside edge, coming back to him. Wales going high, good long overhead, taken down very well on this right hand side by Tim Crabb. Tim Crabb's eyes up, he's got some angles in towards his midfield. Picks up, rolls it forward. Good intent on that overlapping ball. Dave Hogg trying to get it floated through into that forward position. Both sides really need to make a decision on whether they're trying to play those bouncy, skippy through balls because it allows easier passage through a defence in front, or whether there needs to be a little bit more purpose. Drive the right hand through, keep it flat. Wales with the ball under control. England defence out of position. Nichols chasing, Purchase having to go out. Nichols feeding back inside to create the defence. Wales ball on the end of the stick. Crabb finds it in through midfield. Kyriakides tries to work it to the top of the circle. Scramble ball back on the backhand. England needs to get it onto the forehand, find a simple pass. They do find that to Nichols. Nichols eyes up, plays it off the right foot. Turnover. Wales still with the ball on the end of the stick. It all feels a little bit like it's going down the same channel at the moment. Neither side able to rotate it out to find a little bit more space. England really good reach reverse tackle from Hugo Hunt. Frantic at times, I think, is how I would describe it. It's turnover, both sides working through channels. Not particularly precise with their passing. Need to look for a little bit more lateral transfer to find some space. The space itself giving the time for a teammate to get their eyes up to pick their next pass. Encourage the pre-scanning. What is going to happen? What are they going to do next? What is going to happen next? What's the purpose of that run and the pass? Wales getting good numbers high into the circle. 3 players taking high positions. The lateral run then on the backhand, that'll be dangerous. Well, that's a skill that we often see at many different levels executed poorly because it's almost impossible to hit that flat backhand on the run. That was more of a reverse sweep than an actual hit, but even so, the moving body, unbalanced position means that it often gets lifted as the stick cuts under the ball. Wales working down that left-hand side. Nice little ball from Thomas. Just rolled off down the right, down the left, enabling them to get possession up. Just trying to find channels. Open-handed hit comes in field. Well worked into Hogg. Hogg working through the top of the circle. Ball in and kicked clear by Brown. England then have it out down the left-hand side. Wales making the most of their opportunities, causing more trouble inside the England circle. For all of the chat in the England huddle and in their coaching about playing high, more of a conventional sort of 2-3-5, allowing a high press, pushing for every opportunity. Other than those early exchanges, yes, indeed, they did intercept, they did create opportunity, but it hasn't come to clear chances in the Welsh circle. A harder blow. Bob Fleck just needs to be careful about how close he gets to where that overhead is coming down. Hit ball in. Wales can recycle that. Good space. Play the ball through central midfield. Surely pick up and movement. Lucinioli through the central midfield position. Rotated back in. Picked the ball up well. Now his teammates to pick and recycle. Working down. Lovely little disguise pass down that left-hand side. Now there's space in the middle if Wales can find it. Lucinioli again. Just driving into channels. It doesn't really give Wales many passing options. It's congested space. Sideline on one side, defender infield. That will have to go back. It was taken far too quickly. Umpire Angela Buckley saying that she just wants a check on top of the ball. As we go past that dugout on the halfway line, we talk about our umpires, but also vitally important that we get the technical judges and officials who also help us. Annie Hairsign, Chris O'Donovan, Emma Longbottom today over on that team bench in our reserve. The team bench, the bench in the middle that's got the world players signage on the front of it. And our reserve umpire, should we need him, Dean Newell. Don't have the added advantage of the video umpire process here, so nothing's going to go upstairs. Whatever the umpires decide is what will stay on the pitch. That's a lovely little first-time ball through. Lucinioli able to just work that ball. Clever play. Interchanging with Kyriakides. Mike Kyriakides, father of Dan Kyriakides and James. Wales and GB international players in their own right. Just 3.5 minutes to go in this first quarter here in Nottingham. England 0, Wales 0. First game of the day, the 10 o'clock fixture. A full raft of fixtures going on across many of the pitches here. 5 pitches at this fabulous facility. Open-handed hit, long hit forwards. Really well done, taken down by Walters. The captain tries to find a teammate, doesn't do so. A little bit of lack of understanding or movement, and England now can move that forward. Hugo Hunt has his eyes up, goes under the arm on the ball into circle, takes a touch in the circle. Paddy Osborne linking up nicely. Hunt with a disguised hit under the arm, opened his body to the right corner flag, pulled it under the arm with left hand dominance to get that ball into Osborne, who can't take the ball down. England working that ball around the back. Find some space through midfield. Now a little bit more, just a bit more control, a little bit more patience, working the ball through channels rather than trying to force it through channels. Sherratt, eyes up, working the ball, trying to find lateral transfer rather than forcing it in. There is lateral transfer down the right-hand side. Early opportunity, trying to play through the spaces that they're creating with those lateral movements. Much easier for either side to recognise the defence isn't shifting particularly well. England now, ball attempted into the circle, just took a foot inside. the Wales circle, unable to get his feet around it. Tim Crabb doing some good defensive duty in his first penalty corner for England. Working down the right-hand side, as we said. Lovely little floated ball from D'Souza out to the right-hand side, then pop from Purchase. Finds the ball in field, secondary pop into the D. And indeed, Crabb unable to get his feet out of the way. Penalty corner number 1. So Purchase on the near castle. Osborne swinging on that right-hand castle. Just over a minute to go in this first quarter. England would love to get the score on the board out. It's not clean, it's an injection. Good sliding interception. Brilliant commitment. Absolutely superb. To the top of the circle, taking the interception as England tried to recycle, but that lack of accuracy on the injection denying them an easy shooting opportunity from the set play. Turnover. Purchase reads that hit pass clear. Well, sounds like we've lost some time on our screen clock. Doesn't matter because the bench has taken control of that timing. That is the first quarter. That is gone. Scores are level. That first penalty corner from England coming to nothing after the injection was a little bit misplaced. Good chances for Wales in the first 17.5 minutes, troubling Robert Brown in the England goal. England on their own, that early opportunity came to nothing, and then that final set play. And really in that, probably Paddy Osborne will be the player most disappointed with not taking advantage of an open goal. We'll take a brief pause as the teams go back into their dugouts for a couple of wise words from their coaching teams. Both sides make their way back out onto the pitch after that first 17.5 minute quarter. No scores at either end to separate the sides. Wales weathered some early interceptions from England as they attempted the high press that they spoke about. Osborne gets the ball underway, dribbles his way out down the left-hand side, trying to create problems for the Welsh defence. Does indeed do so, uses his reach and his stride, working on the left-hand side. In the end, it's a tackle deep in the Welsh circle that gets the ball away for Wales. Osborne deciding he would take matters into his own hands as he worked down that left-hand channel. Given all the chatter around the ground before this game, when I went and spoke to both teams, I think England will be the more disappointed of the sides. They felt they could step forwards, exert themselves, create early opportunities and get some scores on the board. That hasn't happened. Wales, I think, have played very, very well within themselves. That's a big whistle from Wales and an early penalty corner given by the looks of it. Didn't seem to be a particularly heavy challenge. There was noise, but Steve Dinny in the middle of the shot there. A little unhappy with the outcome. Ball floated forwards into contact here. Well, that was just a running attempt to try and take the ball. I have to say, I think that's a bit of a harsh call at this stage of the game, but on the field, umpires obviously felt differently. Angela Buckley, now blow the whistle, arms outstretched. Clear decision, felt the running challenge that came back from Dinny was an illegal one. So, Paddy Osborne on the right-hand side of the picture, suggesting that the trap that will come from Congerton will lead to a shot in. It does. It's right on the line. The ball, that's not clear. communication wall with the ball down the right side, fakes the pass across, lovely, gets defenders on the floor, allows it to go across, and it's a foot from England. Robin White unable to get the touch after some beautiful hands. Roger Wall dipped a shoulder, magic sent the Welsh defence to the ground as he deceived them with the attempted pass and then popped it across, but Rob White unable to get a stick on the ball. England higher possession, working it across. A little bit of width now, able to move that ball forwards. Wales forced back a little bit as Nichols comes forward, then plays it out down that right-hand side. Wales turn the ball over. England running into flat sticks. And the attempted overhead. Wales work the ball back through, trying to find that central midfield position to give them some opportunity. John Herbert, the goal scorer from yesterday, just making trouble in that high midfield position. England go for the cross-field hit, takes touch of a Welsh stick. England will have high possession. Paddy Osborne taking up a position high on that left-hand side, an area of the pitch that he's very, very familiar with. Then far post opportunity for England. The ball bobbled across, and that is a chance gone begging for England as they came in down the right-hand side. Not enough on it, as you feel that Bill Barletta, Wales having changed their goalkeeper at the end of the first quarter, would have struggled to get there. Wales go for the overhead ball into space. Those of you who are new to this, that overhead pass that is played, as it's coming down, the umpires will judge the point of danger. Two players static in the space where it is coming down, and they started there. The free hit will go back to where the ball was lifted. Will be given to the team that did not lift it. If there is a clear player in the receiving zone, they will be given the ball. And if it's two players moving into a space, as it was there, it will normally go in favour of the defending team, as it did. Umpire Jason Syme getting that absolutely spot on, in my opinion. Roger Wall recycles through midfield. England with eyes up through that central midfield channel. Nichols, multiple options, needs to choose one. Does indeed, comes out down this left-hand side. Paul Sherratt goes for a controlled hit. Nice little first-time move infield. You could absolutely see what the attempt was. Taken down. Unfortunately, Richard Adams has been felled. That looks like a green, and I think that's the right decision. There is a rule that if a player goes to ground and impacts another player, then it's considered dangerous, and it's a 10-minute yellow. Standard hockey rules and regulations for that. But umpire Angela Buckley, seeing that it was a green card, I would agree with her. It looked clumsy and a little bit like it slipped rather than it was a deliberate move by the player to go to ground. That 2-minute suspension starts when the player concerned hits the naughty step, as it's nicknamed. Gets across in front of the TD bench. Osborne down that left-hand side, trying to force the ball across rather than anything else. Takes a little lift off Purchase, deflection towards goal. Did that hit a defender's stick, defender's body? Angela Buckley's talking to her colleague. You've got to say her colleague seemed a little bit too far away for that to have any impact on the conversation. Comes in down the left-hand side. Osborne's got it on a forehand, drives it across. Gets a little jab in from Purchase. Does it get lifted up onto the body of Mike Kyriakides? That's the question. If it didn't hit Kyriakides' body, then Purchase took it up into his own knee. The umpire's consulting. I'm not convinced that Jason Syme can see anything given the distance he was away. However, the umpires have conferred. They've given it in Wales' favour, suggesting that it didn't hit a Welsh body, or if it did, it was considered to be dangerous to the defender and therefore given in their favour. Wales can restart. Lovely movement, trying to get some space and get the ball away. Andrew Burrows just getting caught. That bright yellow stick that he has, trying to flash it around the ball and get the ball clear of that congested space. Wales giving the ball away. It's a heavy touch, really good, hard, high running from England, putting pressure onto that Welsh circle. The move from Rob Britton initially getting the ball away, and then Wall can't get a clean touch on it. Purchase recycles it. Does get away with it, deemed a little aggressive potentially, but into the circle again. That little floated pop pass. And for both sides, the tiny bit of lift that they're playing, I can understand why, as you're trying to float a ball above a stick or past a defender, but it makes it so difficult to take a clean trap, particularly in those high attacking areas. England pick deep, rotate it through. Roger Wall gets his eyes up. Juggle ball in the circle, nothing wrong with the ball in the air. It's under complete control and the stick tackle takes the ball down. Andrew Burrows disagrees, but that ball, if it's in the air and it's under control, it's not about height, it's about danger. Here we see the ball working into the circle down the right-hand side for England. Played in, misses the first touch, little bit of a bobble. This lift here is deemed to be absolutely fine, and then it is. It looks like from that replay, Andrew Burrows hits the back of the stick as it's being carried forwards by Rob Ward. To me, that's a clean-cut corner, if indeed Burrows did hit the back of the stick. The way Rob Ward was moving away from the ball, Burrows came in behind him. Almost impossible to take the ball cleanly without hitting the back of the stick. Out to the top, better injection, gives an opportunity for Purchase. Purchase, however, radar definitely not working. That's a good couple of metres away from where it needed to be. Purchase, a fabulous indoor player back at the height of his powers. That push, however, definitely not where it needed to be. Neither was that overhead from Burrows. He's got away with it, but that was, well, you can see the intent, but risky to try and throw it straight down the middle of the pitch. England with Purchase tries to play the ball down the left foot of the covering defender, Keith Walters. Chases it down, working incredibly hard through that midfield position. Purchase, the skipper for England today. Wales, the run down that left-hand side, not a particularly smart one. Working across, that's a really good, strong tackle. Very, very well executed on the backhand. Had to be strong, had to be really precise. Wales choosing to take that early. Not convinced it was a pass that should have been played. Dave Hogg looking a little tired out there down that right-hand side, certainly in terms of the attempted trap and interception. England enjoying a huge amount of territory. Well, having given him a little bit of grief, Dave Hogg then steps in with a really well-executed jab tackle, trying to stay on the front foot, but now he's chasing Osborne. Osborne trying to get that ball clear so that he can get a shot away. Comes to nothing. Apologies, it was Crowson, not Osborne, as he worked his way into the circle. England down this left-hand side yet again, a favoured left-hand side, you have to say. It seems that they've come in through this side of the pitch more frequently than the right-hand side. Certainly from a territory, if we had a heat map, England have been camped in this second quarter. First quarter for Wales was good. They had good interception, they frustrated England, they played the ball through, they found some high opportunities. This second 17.5 minutes, they haven't managed to get those through balls as well. But England still with no breakthrough. 8 minutes to go in this second quarter. First half as the clock counts down. Wales being forced back. But Bill Barletta underneath that Welsh crossbar yet to be really troubled. Wales managing to stay compact in defence, frustrate England. You really do feel that England have got to find a second phase, even a third phase of attack when they go down a channel, compact the Welsh defence, which is happening naturally anyway, and then once they've compacted it, find a different option. Now go to the right-hand side. That's the right attempted ball down through right midfield. It didn't have enough ball pace on it, but England able to create, work through that channel. Wales having to shift across the left-hand side, getting good numbers, high work rate off the ball. Looking over shoulders, attempted reverse stick tackle is a little bit late, a little bit loose, and England get along the baseline, but another really good reverse block stops England getting any easy possession. Rob Blackledge with the second reverse stick tackle down on that baseline just moments ago. Good ball carry and protect, then a lovely little jab, another jab from Dave Hogg, getting that ball away from the middle of their defence. On the ball now, looking for the clearance, tops it a little bit, but it's going to get there anyway. Walters tries to pick and roll, old school. From the days when if you were obstructed, the defender could come through you from behind, so picks and moves that across his feet, turns his shoulders and his hips. Different set of skills on display today for anybody who watches a lot of hockey on television, on live streams. These players out here with a different set of experiences, more hit ball than you would see, although that one is poor. Taking the top off that like an absolute egg. No pace on it, and England can reset. They take the ball out down the right hand side again, a hit ball into the circle off the right foot. England trying to recycle, hits a foot, and they will get their third penalty corner of this game, not counting re-awards. Let's see if they can make something from this. Working down the right-hand side again, finding opportunity. The Welsh defence backing off, and that's their trouble. Nobody engaged. It allowed the back foot strike in, the ball bobbling up off the stick of Burrows. And when it came down, it just popped onto a foot of Blackledge. England, 2 Castles. Purchase on the right-hand side. One of the favoured 2. Near side. Point very clearly, play it to my left foot, it goes to right hand Castle. Purchase comes through, tries to drag flick that, gets absolutely nothing on it. Goalkeeper Bill Barletta. I think there was a penalty stroke blown there for deliberate obstruction from the goalkeeper, and I have to say it seemed like he put his hands around it, but England penalised for not pulling the ball out from the goalkeeper before they tried to play it in for a second phase shot. You have got to make an attempt to get the ball away from the goalkeeper, not just smash it back in to the prone form of the shot stopper. If we get a chance to see that again, it'll be interesting to see how much Barletta moved his hands on top of the ball, because certainly Angela Buckley in the first blow of her whistle felt that it was an illegal obstruction. Ball left behind from England. Wales able, that's good movement. Clever defensive movement. Absolutely setting up Michael Crowson. The inability to get a clean tackle in as Bob Fleck walked forwards with that, saw the tackle coming in, took a big pace to his right hand side and took the contact. Wales working back, very unlucky that the run from Keith Walters, he couldn't get the ball cleanly, as England were a little bit pedestrian on that as they worked forwards. Sharrett getting caught on the ball. Now D'Souza tries to just dig that forward, finds Purchase through midfield. Purchase with a little bit of a layoff out to Sharrett on this left-hand side. He tries to find it to the top of the circle. Welsh defence harrying. Blackledge stepping out, try and defend on the forehand. Should have gone reverse, really. Allows the angles in. It was a clumsy and ugly challenge on the forehand from Blackledge that gives England another set play opportunity. This run here as the ball floats in towards the top of the circle. Blackledge is then chasing. He's stepped out. Now he's trying to stay on his forehand. Misses the first tackle there. That challenge on the forehand, needed to just get across on his reverse, was late and was ugly. Purchase again will be disappointed with the contact on the ball. Seemed like he tried to accelerate through on that last penalty corner without getting the right contact and therefore getting the ball to move quickly. Still on that right hand Castle. More of a power push than a drag, true drag flick. Tries to go to the right hand side, and that's a really good save from Bill Barletta, the Welsh goalkeeper, as the clock ticks down just inside the last 3 minutes. That's better contact from Purchase. But that's been read. That's a really good bit of intelligent defending from Burrows as he stepped forward. Saw that when Purchase would receive that, it would be on the defender's front stick and he could step forwards aggressively. There is one of those long balls giving Wales the opportunity, but the touch comes off the foot of Andy Rees-Jones. The long ball, that being pretty much the only opportunity that Wales have really had in this second quarter to get anywhere near Rob Brown's goalmouth. De Souza working that forward. If you can hear a hooter coming across the commentary channels, it's because there's other pitches going on here today. Wales going to grounds, trying to intercept that, comes to nothing as England work down the right-hand side across the baseline. Well, have they given advantage? They have given advantage. That was the issue, is that unfortunately Angela Buckley's whistle had hit the turf as the defender in front of her did exactly the same. Rob Blackledge going down in a long cricket barrier-esque tackling position, denying the ball across the top. You've got to suggest if he gets that low on a regular occurrence, the umpire would start to ask, is that an illegal barrier as he goes to ground? Two minutes to go in this second quarter. Score still England 0, Wales 0 in this over 55s encounter at the Nottingham Hockey Centre. Fabulous weekend of international hockey last weekend. It started again here yesterday. Matches across all the age groups, some invitation teams making up the numbers when a couple of teams couldn't travel because of the COVID restrictions. Out to the near castle this time. Purchase tries to get his feet round it, but it's a poor trap. It bounces off the stick of Paul Congerton. I mean, England, their penalty corners so far have been woeful, to be fair. I mean, there are very few opportunities other than that one penalty drag flick moments ago to the right-hand side that Bill Barletta took easily. But there's a lack of precision, there's a lack of clarity. The injection is probably 20 or 30 centimetres away from where it needs to be, and then the hands on the stop are a little bit too hard, which means that Purchase or Osborne or whoever else on the top of the circle are unable to get a shot away. And the clock has been stopped on the TD's bench at times during that, therefore our screen clock is just a little bit out, but that brings us to half-time here in Nottingham. Both sides giving it everything. For Wales, it's faded away a little bit from that first quarter. For England, they were dominant in everything statistically. Possession, territory, circle entries and opportunities on Barletta's goal. But it's come to nothing here in Nottingham at half-time. We have England 0, Wales 0 in this over 55 men's match. Highlights from that first half. Ball carried in. This was Osborne's opportunity. Really needed to make an earlier decision. Either play at that first time. It gave the goalkeeper a chance to get across. That was really the best chance that England had pretty much for the entire first half, and it came as early as the 6th minute. Wales then, long ball. This is what they reverted to on a number of occasions. There wasn't quite the pace that Andy Rees-Jones needed or wanted to carry it forward. Opportunity and a really good scramble save as Lucignoli tries to get the ball underneath the goalkeeper, doing well, but that's what Wales really reverted to during most of this game. England, a little bit more control build-up through channels, but for Wales there were longer passing opportunities. Ball into the middle of the circle, took a foot and led to the first of England's set pieces, 5 set pieces during the course of this first half. Despite the best setups, 2 castles, the injections weren't quite as precise as would need be. The first one forcing England to go to the forehand, and then a fabulous diving, sliding interception. Rob Blackledge getting the ball there, and then Osborne down the left-hand side, floated a ball across into the middle of the circle. An opportunity on the far post, just needed a degree more positivity to try and get it back under the crossbar on Jonathan Short's goal. Again, England came down this right-hand side. Early doors, they were favouring the left-hand channel. Then they went to the right-hand side. Then a lovely bit of carrying led to the foul from Andy Burrows. Put his stick through the back of the England forward. Great carrying invention from Rob Ward. Another set play opportunity. Wales with that 2-2 defence, protecting both sides of the goal. And Purchase tries to go for the tip-in, looking for the run of Askins, but was a good metre or so away from where it needed to be. His radar off, and he'll be disappointed with that execution. England this time with the left-hand side, and you can see England's dominance in terms of territory and possession And then Rob Blackledge just tries to get out to make a tackle, and it's just ugly. It's the second or third opportunity that leads to the big blow from Angela Buckley, and another chance for England from the top of the D. Out to that right-hand side. Purchase this time does get good contact, even though the trap wasn't clean. Goes to the goalkeeper's right, and a really good save from Barletta to just finish off England's opportunities. Well, there we see it. Despite all of that territory and possession for England, multiple chances, with Wales only having a couple themselves. At half-time here in Nottingham, it's England 0, Wales 0 in this over 55 clash. We'll take a short break and be back with you soon. Welcome back to the Nottingham Hockey Centre. Both sides are back out pretty early. Well, it's only a 7-minute half-time. You have to ask the question whether that's because people perceive these athletes are finely tuned and they only need 7 minutes rest, or alternatively, the coaches don't feel they've run around enough yet. So we shall see, whichever one of those it may be. But before we restart, a little sponsor check. Thank you very much, our presenting partners, Sandycliff Ford, local Ford motor dealers here in Beeston, and the Village Hotel Group, who are putting so many of our athletes up over the course of these 2 weekends. Without their support, these kind of events wouldn't be possible. So in that first half, we saw Wales sitting back, forced back really by England, but a lack of precision from England into the circle. Popped passes, little bobbly balls, players unable to get quite the control that they are looking for. For Wales, well, in the probably first 15 minutes really, some good opportunities. Were reverting to a little bit of long ball, but the high forward positions from the players at the top of the circle. So Andy Rees-Jones, for one, particularly being a target man, trying to get that ball long and hard and up to him to give him some one-on-one opportunities. Captain Keith Walters very, very busy. Number 7 down in the front of our frame here, trying to make things work through midfield. Both sides keen and eager to restart. Our umpire's just going for a little bit of a comms check over there on the officials' bench. Wales will be playing from right to left across our screens, all dressed in black. England white, blue, red from left to right. We have a second commentary game today. Myself and Andy Day will take you through a match at 2 o'clock. Andy and I did some games last weekend. Prior to that, lucky enough to be working with Matt Chilton and Kate Richardson-Walsh on some of the Olympic commentary for those of you who enjoy watching hockey commentary across from the world's best tournaments. We'll just classify that as a warm-up, hey, for this competition. The teams are ready to go. Those who are interested in Masters hockey, the age groups continuing to expand. England over-75s trials taking place on the 3rd of September at Old Silhillians Hockey Club. Expecting a huge turnout there. And I believe there's an over-80s fixture taking place. The first sanctioned over-80s fixture, as far as I understand, through either September or October. If I don't know the date on that, keep a look out across social media. I'm sure you'll be able to find out when that is taking place. Massive interest in Masters hockey as the community continues to grow. What was the International Masters and the World Grand Masters, so that being the age group 60 and upwards, both communities come together under the World Masters hockey banner now, recognised by the International Hockey Federation. Huge community of players who've come back to hockey or into their adult years. Maybe they've got through work and families and looking to get back into the sport. Massive interest and competition, and you have to say ability across both the men's and the women's groups. Hopefully next autumn, summer and autumn, we will see the World Cup's actually taking place across the age groups. They were scheduled to be 2 years ago, then again this year, and they were postponed and then eventually cancelled. But Nottingham will host the 35s and 40s. I believe South Africa, 40s, 45s, 50s. I might be slightly wrong on my age groups. And then Tokyo, sorry, 45s, 50s, 55s. And then Tokyo, the age groups above that. Let's hope that travel restrictions and the pandemic is under control and we're able to do that, because there is so much appetite from the Masters hockey community. England just starting down the left-hand side, just a few moments into this second half, dominating the statistics, the set-piece count. Wales yet to get a penalty corner. That's come off a stick as the ball is attempted to be forced across. Paddy Osborne, just a little stretch out on that left-hand side. Was that push pass too powerful for him? Has that pulled a calf as he's attempted to push it? For those of you listening thinking that's a little bit harsh, Paddy and I go back a very, very long way. Quite sure why he'd be hacking the ball away. I can't think he can be penalised for time wasting. What are we, 90 seconds inside the third quarter. Osborne just walks that ball forward, got it under play from a static position. Defenders now have to back off. They can't put a tackle in within that 5 metre zone. Goes off a stick, comes to nothing, and Wales can reset. Osborne with no real purpose in that move down that left-hand side, you have to say. Either was trying to draw the defenders into that contact space and therefore win a penalty corner for deliberate infringement in that defensive space. Really good peel out and move from Burrows. Burrows gets his eyes up. Little pop pass, only a short pass. Gives a teammate an opportunity, but then the attempted touch from Kyriakides comes to nothing, and England can work their way in down that baseline. Burrows plays it cleverly out to the left-hand side. Offensive left-hand side for England. Now sees a pass, needs to call a teammate, does indeed do so. There's space for Blackledge down this left-hand side, finds a slap ball out. The rock and peel round from Herbert. Herbert then finds the ball down the left-hand side to his captain, Walters, who can't take it, and England are just forced all the way back. Wales now can step forwards. Rhys Jones tries to put pressure on, supported by Walters, but D'Souza then plays a little clever ball between the feet of Herbert to allow it forwards down the right-hand side. And a vital interception from Burrows as he front marks zonally in that space, reads the pass and intercepts. Strong defence once again from Blackledge, getting right in the correct position not giving England easy outlet ball. Hugo Hunt just choosing to recycle it. Some lateral play. Lovely floated ball. If England have got pace to get onto it, they have. Down the left-hand side, can get into circle uncontested on the backhand to pull it across. Goalkeeper does really well. That goalkeeper change once again. Jonathan Short for Wales coming back under the crossbar. They change on the quarter time, Wales, with their goalkeepers, ensuring that both of them are focused, concentrated. There's no physical, there's no fatigue issues. England work the ball through the top of the circle. Burrows having to dance, does very, very well to move his feet and make that tackle as he span a full 180 degrees. England find the ball across. D'Souza gets his eyes up, works it forward to the top of the circle. Little floated ball in. Burrows stepping forward again. England on a long reach on the backhand to get it across his body. Floats it across. That takes a touch for an own goal. And that's so disappointing because the move of the drive, I think it was Rob Britton in the end down the right-hand side, but it was a defensive touch from Bob Fleck that diverted the ball into the goal. I think it's the pick and roll here down this right-hand side. Tries to get the ball across. Rob Britton as he floats it into the middle, and unfortunately for Fleck, he gets the final touch. England do open the scoring, albeit a little fortuitous. The game back underway. So 4 minutes inside this third quarter, second half. England have taken the lead. A little bit fortunate. They recycled possession well. It was the early movement down the left-hand side that created the space, really, and caused Wales to have to shift across the pitch. Then the ball into the top of the D was a little bit bobbly. Eventually, Rob Britton able to pick it on his forehand and roll into the back of the circle. And that's where that little flip ball across in front of the goalkeeper into what I believe, I'm not a cricketer, but in cricketing terms, it's that corridor of uncertainty. Float it in there and see what happens, and it did indeed get the edge off the stick of Bob Fleck. He was disappointed, you can see that in the reaction as he smashed the near post, knowing that it was a ball that in his mind he should have taken, could have taken, but it gives England that narrow one-goal lead. Working back through Congleton, forced back into channel, goes to the overhead, clever overhead. That should have been taken down. Wales will regain possession. Unfortunate. Rob Blackley just tackled so well during the course of this game, unable to take that down. England with a little more territory down this right-hand side. They favoured the left in the early exchanges, but then they've evened up the attacking channels. Wales being forced as they are there. Burrows on that long hit. There's a lovely little under-the-arm hit, and then the opportunity to play it across the circle, and that's going to be the second goal. Relatively easy for England as they work forwards through that right-hand channel. Lovely little ball across the circle. Just looking to try and name-check the goal scorer, but as we see here, Burrows tried to smash that, and then lovely, that ball there, what sets everything up, coming in late into the middle of the circle for England as they get their second, all because of that Welsh turnover, and suddenly one goal becomes two, just 6 minutes inside this second half. England with that two-goal lead. We'll pick up the goal scorer for you as soon as we can. Apologies for missing that. England now just set back a little bit as Wales try and work that ball forward. Looked like a back stick tackle in the first exchange as Rhys Jones tries to work it through. That second goal for England, a much better team goal. Burrows will be disappointed with the clearance, but England seeing the underarm ball into the back of the circle, and then the ball across the penalty spot for the supporting run. Far better executed. England again with ball down this left-hand side, straight into the top of the... That is a massive wild swing, but not considered dangerous. Or was it? Our umpire eventually blowing his whistle. Good work yet again from Rob Britton down that right-hand side. He will be credited with the first goal after that touch from Fleck, but down that right-hand side he's making a real pain. So Burrows, again, it was the open stick hit that gave away possession just moments ago that led to the second England goal. That was an attempted overhead. Well, he's having 5 minutes that he won't want to see on the replay, I'll tell you. Was outstanding in the first half, but the pass execution or choice in the last 2 or 3 minutes isn't something that he will be particularly happy with, knowing his standards. England's goal scorer, we've been told, was Ian McElwain, England's number 7. Quiet afternoon for both of the England goalkeepers. Rob Brown of Isker, John Walters from Tulse Hill and Dulwich. Nice little weighted ball out down the right-hand side. Good control in the end. Lovely bursting run from Askins. Gets round the back then. Once again, good tackling from Blackledge again, and the stick gets whacked as he plays that ball clear. He's been a rock in this left-hand side of defence. Well, as he exits stage left, looks like he's just been subbed. Absolutely brilliant. He has, as we look out of our windows away from the camera position. He's jogged across to the bench to be replaced, but he's tackled brilliantly well. Wales struggling a little bit just to get the ball under control. Fleck tries to play it away. England stepping up with a little bit more decisive pressure now. Askins down that right-hand side, works it through, finds Wall. Wall drops the ball out. And then England can reset. How deep Wales are now playing as Purchase can get his eyes up and plays a beautiful weighted ball into the circle. Well, Roger Wall might have got that 2 or 3 years ago. Now, however, the leg's not quite there as Purchase plays it to where he wanted his teammate to be, not to where he could actually get to. Well, Roger Wall, if he ran any faster than that, we'd see one of those hamstrings twing. Fragile, Roger Wall's hamstrings. Again, one of the players that I play with at Veterans Hockey, so that won't be meaning there'll be a number of people listening to this going, yep, absolutely fair. The Reading Hockey Club veteran. Purchase gets the ball back in his stance. Works it across. Good space, England now finding just a little bit more lateral, but that isn't going to go down in his own personal highlight reel for Mark de Souza as he falls on the turf under pressure from Hogg. Wales really need to get stick on ball just for 2 or 3 phases of play, get themselves worked into this. They'll feel a lot like they're simply just chasing this around. Good from England, nice first time play. Apologies for any Welsh fans watching this. I've just realised I completely name-checked the wrong person for the entire game. I have been calling Johnny Roberts Dave Hogg. I apologise. Need to get my eyes tested. Got my notes the wrong way round. That indeed is the number 10, Johnny Roberts, that I've been referring to incorrectly. No, that really distinctive headband as he tries to make that long lead up the left, but not quite with enough pace. Apologies if his friends and family are watching. Purchase doing the running all the way back. Give him credit, captain's performance in terms of the legwork, working through those midfield channels, showing a great degree of fitness to work that, and then just jogging back out to get the ball as it goes across the baseline. Lovely little jab move to lift the ball up and work down that left-hand side. However, Nichols gets too close to Burrows, who takes the ball away from him. Purchase steps forward, strong tackle, challenge, England. Lovely little reaching reverse. Really well done down that left-hand side. Now they've got opportunity to get it across. Really good pullback from Osborne. He'll go route one, surely he does. Goalkeeper makes a save. Osborne will never give up a shooting chance in the circle. As soon as he got that ball into his forehand stance, was always going to swing at it. Ball bobbling away, and he's whacked the hands of his opponent. Well, England somehow have got the free hit. I've got to say, it looked like that Osborne had just got the stick contact illegally, but must have got some of the ball as well. England just walked that ball away. It's gone the 5 metres. Osborne can go into the circle now because it's gone distance. Try and deceptively drive that ball through space, but it wasn't purposeful enough, and he gets closed down. Really good closed down from Lucignoli. Some of the England movement in the forward lines just looks a little bit laboured at times. It could do with being a little bit more direct, a little bit more aggressive to create the movement so the player's eye on the ball can see that movement and play the link passes. That's better, more purposeful, and is that a deflected touch in? Moving into the back of the circle across the goalkeeper. Really good movement down the right-hand side as we see this long, late lead. As the ball goes left, the run comes across the goal. There is the touch. Looks like Ward who might have picked that up. And England extend their lead 3-0. That's a lovely little reverse deflection between the goalkeeper's feet. I'll say that John Short, the Peterborough club goalkeeper who's playing here for Wales, be a little bit disappointed with that. Should have probably seen that movement coming over his shoulder and been more aggressive and stepped into that space. Wales, route one ball once again, looking for the link up. You can see the thumbs up, you can see the good exchange of chat between the players, but Wales struggling really to get possession higher up into the English defensive zone. Good takedown from Wall, picked it outside his left foot, but it's just bobbled onto his toes. You can see his disappointment. Well, it's either disappointment or disagreement, not sure which, but either way, took that down nicely off his left. Burrows now just works that ball. It's a lovely ball into the circle, really well worked through, and that's a penalty corner. Absolutely, probably a card at the same time because the tackle was a heavy one. It was indeed Andrew Allen stepping in behind on that rotation, pick up and rotation. We see here, watch the ball that comes in from Burrows. Burrows here floats a lovely ball in. This pick up on the edge of the D, turning field, and then that tackle is just ugly. Really is. Peter Evans with his hand in the air. And Andrew Allen will take a break for a couple of minutes. Wales with their first penalty corner opportunity of this game. Burrows on the single castle. Well, you've got to ask the question, with only 5 players up, how concerned are they about defence? They've got 6 men back towards the halfway line, back in their own division. Not quite true, there is one player just coming into shot with a late run here, changing the dynamic of the corner. Johnny Roberts on that right hand side, it's come out to the top. It's been blown, however, for an early leave. Well, it must be, that can be the only decision, isn't it? So one of the attacking units have to go to the halfway line, I think. Or actually, it's been given for Wales, a Welsh player breaking into the circle early before the injection. And if that happens, you have to replace the injector. That is the penalty. Out to top castle. Stop isn't clean. Burrows forced to try and play it all on his own. Goes round his feet, does very, very well. And that is a superb individual effort after a stop. A trap that wasn't particularly clean. He was forced to his reverse. I thought he'd gone absolutely nowhere. First phase, second phase, then manages to rotate round his feet. See the injection, the trap, the ball bounces away. That means he's got to go onto his backhand. Goes backhand, still there, has nothing. Then that strength and movement, absolutely superb from Burrows. He had a wobbly 5 minutes during the course of this game that we picked up upon, but that has more than made up for it with beautiful individual skill, great execution, the pick and the roll and the finish on that penalty corner. Wales 1, England 3. England, a bit of space down this right-hand side. Sorry, left-hand side even. Learn your left from your right. Mason. Purchase just tries to work that across. There's some space for England. Now they've got 2 on 1 of the last defender. Past the baseline, surely comes into the circle. It does. A little bit late, you have to feel. Then across the goal, it goes down as a chance because the goalkeeper's got across. But England have worked that well, but just a little bit delayed, a little bit slow on the movement. That would have given them, well, pretty much guaranteed 4th goal, given the number overload they had down that right-hand side. Thanks to a couple of you for your concerns on social media in terms of the sniffle that is possibly making me sound a little congested this morning. Nothing more sinister than a bit of a head cold. We've done all the requisite required checks. I'm fit and well, as are those players out there. So apologies if it's spoiling anybody's pleasure this morning, watching this England over 55s versus Wales over 55s here in Nottingham. That's the end of the 3rd quarter. England lead Wales by 3 goals to 1 as the game has opened up after that first half scoreless period. So the teams make their way back out for the final 17.5 minutes, the last quarter here in Nottingham. First game of the day here on pitch 1, England versus Wales in the over 55s competition. It was a fairly even first half, certainly no score on the board, and then that 3rd quarter it's really opened up. England with the opening goal. It was unfortunate for Wales because really, in a different scenario, you'd count it as an own goal. Wales get us underway, all in black from right to left, but they've just got themselves back within touching distance. That goal attributed to Breton, and then McElwain scored the 2nd, then Ward with the 3rd, and then Wales, however, Burrows, who'd had a dreadful 5 minutes in terms of distribution for 2 of those goals, then managed to get himself on the scoreboard through a penalty corner. Well, we've just seen a yellow card shown, just out of shot. Looks like it's been given to Richard Adams, nicknamed Grizzly, funnily enough. Haven't seen whether it's been signalled as a 5 or a 10. You've got to assume it's a 5, and you've also obviously, with that the free hit being outside the 23, it's not upgraded to a penalty corner. But England now, well, he's still complaining about it, and the time doesn't start until he sits down in front of us. It must be, well, his team have been playing for a good 30 to 40 seconds, so the 5 minutes literally starts now. England down to 9 outfielders plus their goalkeeper, and with Wales getting that 1 back on the scoreline, you only need to see 1 opportunity here for Wales as they play across the middle of the England circle. De Souza tries to get the ball clear, doesn't get it particularly well through, bobbles up. Well, that's bobbled up, and you think that Johnny Roberts be a little bit disappointed. He had the ball on the end of his stick with the opportunity to drive into the circle. Wales now, if they can exploit this advantage, possibly leave a 2nd player high. They've left 1 high for most of this game, and they're happy to play those long, raking through balls, the strong hit passes that they've been looking for. If they can get a 2-player set of targets up the field, and they can get themselves back with another goal, all of a sudden this is going to get very interesting, because England, for all their territory, they will not be happy with the conversion rate. Circle entries to either corners or goals. Purchase floats the ball forward. Once again, It's one of those little skippy, bobbly balls, and whilst I understand completely the intent, the execution of that pass whilst in Purchase's mind is the right thing to do. The fact that none of his teammates in front of him seem to be able to stop a bobbling ball is really punishing England at this moment. High press from Wall, trying to work the ball back. Wales surely needs to just get the ball off the end of their sticks, and they're punished for it. Lovely little floated pass out down the right-hand side. Tries to play it across. Wrong choice really by Askins. You think he was looking for the underarm ball to try and find teammate Britton. Didn't get enough on it, in the end going harmlessly into the goalkeeper's toes. Bill Barletta back under the crossbar for Wales. That's a lovely first-time ball from Wall, showing his class, getting it down to that right-hand side. Burrows having to dancing very, very well, and Wales getting the ball off the foot of Askins, and they can come away with it. Early release, clever release, Walters. Unfortunate, can't get the touch. Ball forwards, that's a better layoff for England. Breton deciding that he can just play that ball first time, lays it off, does the re-lead, offers the opportunity. England can try and play down that left-hand side. They're going to go for a hit ball across. It's a topped ball. D'Souza has an absolute acre of space though, because Wales are sitting so deep despite that one-man advantage. But that's read superbly by Burrows. Absolutely saw that pass before it was even given. He was moving as the ball left the England player's stick, stepped in, read it, took it, worked forwards. Welsh defender Rob Blackledge was working through from that channel on the right-hand side now. Was exceptional on the left-hand side with his tackling and his movement. Wales carrying the ball out down that left-hand side. Good movement from Hogg. Hogg just trying to threaten, carrying the ball with his stick underneath the ball so he can cut in field if he wants to. Burrows now works it down the right. Wales changing tactic, changing flank really, really well. Disappointment for Wales down the right-hand side, feeling that the ball had been lifted by England. Umpire Angela Buckley of a different opinion. England reset. Wales happy to leave that four-player press high. Steve Dinney leading that press. He was the player who was unhappy with the earlier decision. Purchase now. Again, must be something about this pitch. The number of topped and bobbled hits for either side. England backing away really well. That's a good open-handed slap, a little bit more precise, looking for Walters. Walters got the first touch, couldn't get the second. Purchase goes to the air. It's a flat ball through, lovely ball. Attempted pass, trying to find Roger Wall, who'd led high. That flatter trajectory from Purchase, meaning it skipped forwards, a bit like an old golf 3-iron rather than a sand wedge. So it popped off the turf and accelerated rather than just dropping down and dying. A hit ball for Wales is a fortunate substitution as they changed players, which meant they could actually take that hit ball in stride. England then recycling from the left to the right, working it through that central midfield channel. Purchase once again. Well, didn't top that one, got under it, so that's a head-high ball. Take that one down. Mr. Askins got enough of a touch on it, but Wales able to work it through down this left-hand side. Hogg doing as much as he possibly can. Just being encouraged by teammates to possibly look across the pitch, find a little bit of space, not drive forward through channels. John Herbert outside him down on this left-hand side if he chooses, just out of our camera shot. Hogg goes cross-field. Well, and that's the problem if the ball is bouncing and bobbling. This is now all about fatigue and concentration and focus. The missed passes and the missed controls are all about players not focusing on the little things, making assumptions. So the ball was a top pass, you've not got the body in the right place. The control was not accurate because the hands are wrong. Similarly there, it's late and it's tired. Both sides need to really focus, because the side that focuses, you feel, is going to come through this and start to create more meaningful opportunities for themselves. Just focus on that pass completion. Get it, move it, put it on a teammate's stick, work your way. 5 or 6 passes. The coaching colleague of mine, Todd Williams, says, the ex-Australian international, 5 or 6 passes can see you from the top of your circle to a shooting opportunity if they're just played well and accurately. Wall tries to get on top of that, doesn't. All of a sudden, Adams gets round the back. The suspension from Adams, and then all of a sudden the tackle once again. Brilliant from Scotland. Then the high hit. That was all about the quality of Rob Blackledge's reverse stick control and tackle in the circle. England will be ruining that chance. Adams had had the opportunity to go round the back, got it on his backhand and just tried to flip the ball clear. Blackledge, however, has been brilliant on his reverse stick from a tackling perspective, both at right and left defender, and that time just had to step in and stay strong. Get the ball on the stick, don't try and do anything clever. Hold strong, don't move. Wales working down this right-hand side, seeing if they can get the opportunity to make that pass into the circle. It's just a little bit messy and uncontrolled in the end. It looked like Phil Thomas, who was trying to work his way down that right-hand side, never quite got the ball back in his stance. Inside the last 10 minutes here in Nottingham. England leading on the scoreboard. Could and probably should, well, if they look at this in terms of possession that they've had, created far more opportunities. There's been 2 or 3 chances that they could have got further ahead on the scoreboard, but in reality, the pass completion rate has been relatively poor. I think that's something that they will not be happy with and will be looking for. Allen looks for that through ball. Whistle had already gone, however, for Wales. Wales, if they can just find a couple more of those longer passes that we've seen occasionally during the course of this game, if they can take a risk and get Burrows that little bit forward, can he play 10 metres higher in front of his defensive line? And if that's the case, when Wales win the ball, he can step forward on free hits and try and find longer passes, work the forwards higher, further up the pitch. But to be fair, players looking tired out there now. The lead's not quite as precise. Wall, however, looking busy, can see passes, gets his body round. There's a pass under his arm. That's what he was looking for. You can see this guy, it comes off a foot. Really good umpiring to give that opportunity. Has that come off a body? If it has come off a body, that probably should have been a penalty stroke, but I think it's going to be given as a penalty corner. It was Rob Blackledge that it hit. We see here as Wall comes forward, good umpiring because it comes off a body as he tries to play it under his arm. Here, hits a foot. The player's allowed to carry on. The ball across now. Look at that movement. Does that hit Blackledge on the way to goal? Our umpire, Jason Syme, decides that's not the case. Allows play to go on. Good advantage from the umpire. And then a set play for England. Can England get a little more precision on their set play? Time is stopped for a few seconds. Just while England prepare themselves, the umpire perceiving there's a little bit of time wasting going on potentially. England in a dominant position from a clock and a scoreline. Out to the top, better, more precise. Purchase goes out to the right hand side, it's played back across, good defensive alignment, really clever stepping out once again from Andy Burrows. He's been a rock in the middle of that Welsh defence, and despite a bit of a ropey 5-minute period of distribution, gave England a couple of opportunities. He's played in the heart of that Welsh defence so effectively, supported by Rob Blackledge with some brilliant reverse stick tackling from both the left and right defensive positions. England are just waves of attack, but it's those waves are breaking on this cliff of Welsh defence, wall of Welsh defence as that comes across. Good support run for the attempt. Steve Nichols trying to get onto that back post to trouble Bill Barletta. Wales now, if when they turn possession over they can just find 2 or 3 passes. Look at the height of the England press. Burrows with absolutely nowhere to go. Needs to make an early passing choice, does do so. Working back forward, Wales need to have to be clever in this back division with such high England press. They are intelligent with how they work it out. They've found space down the right-hand side. Brave through the midfield, creating channels and through balls. That's one of those through balls they need to just try and get on the end of. Captain Walters, the first touch wasn't strong enough. England will be able to reset. Sharrett on that left-hand side in front of the Welsh team bench. Down to the last 6 minutes here in this over-55s game. Can Wales find one opportunity, maybe from a set play or one of those long through balls, get themselves an opportunity, get themselves a second goal back in touching distance? That Burrows penalty corner, the only real opportunity. Walters now, can he get on the end of it? He can. Hamstrings stretching, body at the end of this in massive fatigue. 5.5 minutes to go. The captain trying to lead his side, winning the free hit. Ball onto the reverse, but then taken onto the forehand. Working in, lovely little pop pass in, trying to find his captain. That's a sensible pop pass, and then the clearance by England takes an edge. Sherritt got it outside the circle. D'Souza can't get a clean touch on it, and Wales have the 23-metre restart. Long corner in your old money. Burrows likes a good hit, but it needed to be a good hit. A little bit harsh, you have to feel. There was some lift on it, but was it actually dangerous? To be honest, there wasn't enough pace on it. It dropped back to turf level by the time it seemed to get near to the defenders in the line of it. But it is that fatigue that's creeping in, that's just starting to punish poor passers, or create even poor passers, and they are punished because of a lack of receipt. That is a fabulous ball in, however. That's the sort of opportunity. If Walter's deflection was, 50 centimetres across the goal, a chance for Wales from those longer through balls that they're playing. Dinny penalised. Steps in aggressively. Wales having to play a higher press to be more aggressive, forcing England back. Wall having to come back from midfield, trying to create a passing outlet. D'Souza finds the ball out to the right-hand side. England roll back in field, but Wales happy to put players forward. They just missed that now. One-on-one, even two-on-one. Break in field. What's that hit? It's hit an England foot. That's Robin White, unable to get clean control. Really good supporting running from McIlwain. Goal scorer, second goal scorer. The hooter that we hear in our ears is the hooter from the other pitch, so that isn't what's going on here in pitch one. Pitch one, we have 3 minutes to go in this over-55s clash between England and Wales. England currently leading by 3-1, but Dinny carries it. That's a lovely little floated ball through. Well, hit a body on the way through, but it was perceived to be dangerous because of the height and the pace. Dinny, you could see the ball he was trying to play, absolutely correct. That little floated through ball. They've looked for longer balls forward, trying to find a high point player. D'Souza, that's a tired ball as he doesn't get his body round it. England just not quite precise enough, I think, as they look back on this. Yes, at this moment in time, it's a comfortable scoreline with 2.5 minutes to go. But if all of a sudden Wales found one opportunity, England, you feel, would really have to be on a back foot, as Wales would take energy from that and work their way forwards. Played to their strengths, Wales. They played a congested team defence. They lost 3-1 yesterday to the England B side. That one goal that they did score, courtesy of John Herbert. But to then hold the England A side as it is to the same scoreline at this moment in time, they'll be pleased, you feel, with some of that. And to be honest, some of the opportunities that they've given up to England have come through their own errors, so it's not like they've been outplayed or overplayed anywhere in this game at all. The individual errors that come through, that touch, unfortunately, for Bob Fleck as the ball came across the circle for him, and then Burrows having a couple of dodgy minutes as he gave some possession away, but it wasn't about England build-up, it was about Welsh errors, so they'll take heart from that going into their third game tomorrow. It's a really good chasing challenge from Phil Thomas, but he knocked the ball away and had to go and get it himself. inside the last 90 seconds here. It's fabulous Nottingham Hockey Centre hosting so much hockey over this 10-day window. Really rivalling the European facilities that we talk about on commentary, the 5 and 6 pitch facilities that we talk about across particularly the Netherlands. 5 pitches here, a shared facility between the university, the high school, the club themselves, means that it can host such a high number of teams. And next summer, in the same period, we're hoping we'll see in excess of 60 international sides take part in the World Cup across the 35s and 40s age groups. We had 63 signed up before the pandemic hit us, and unfortunately things had to be suspended and then cancelled. Really good movement, driving through, free hit created by Evans. Can they get a goal in this last 20 seconds? Possibly longer, depending on how the bench have timed this. There might be an opportunity, one opportunity or two off the baseline. Yet again, Wales can come forward. 23-metre restart. England forced all the way back. Their entire team back in their defensive zone, knowing they have to work together. Final seconds, has to be moved 5 metres before it goes in. Was it, wasn't it? Doesn't matter. England given the restart. That feels like the end of the game. It is indeed the end of the game. 4 quarters played here in Nottingham. A first half that was cagey. 0-0 at half-time. There we do see the scorers. Britton, McElwain and Ward for England. Burrows for Wales from that penalty corner got them back to 3-1 with a beautiful bit of individual skill and creativity on the set play. Two sides that a bit chess match-like in the first half. Then England started to dominate with territory. Not a particularly busy afternoon for the England goalkeepers of Walters and Brown. However, they will be relatively happy, as will England with the scoreline, but certainly some periods of play that they will look on that they need to improve. Some of the passing and the completion rates needs to be identified. For Wales, they played to their strengths. They defended well, they defended stoutly and solidly, but there weren't many attacking opportunities for them. The long threaded passes coming to naught for a large amount of that game. Well, that is the first commentary game here in Nottingham. We have another one at 2 o'clock, where Andy Day and myself will talk you through that action. We hope you've enjoyed this. Feel free to interact with us across various social media platforms. We've enjoyed your company. Thanks very much for your time. We hope to see you again later.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to live coverage of the Masters Invitational event here at Nottingham Hockey Centre, brought to you on BTV. Match number 3 today is coming from the men's over 50s competition. We're watching England versus Scotland, which I'm sure is going to be a fascinating contest. The teams are about to walk off to be reintroduced to us, but before we do that, we've got some very important messages to bring you. Welcome back to live coverage. As you can see, the teams are being introduced to each other, and as I mentioned, this looks like a fascinating game in prospect in the men's over 50s competition. Here are the lineups, and with me in the chapel is Simon Mason. What do you make of this?
Well, two teams who are both coming into this off the back of a win, obviously, so they'll have decent emotional energy. And at this Four Nations competition that we've got here, there's teams that they just want to put a marker down. There is some old school rivalry. These players know each other. We've got such a fabulous Masters community. There's a few unknowns, but it's all about the amount of time these teams have had together, and I think England have had longer together in their preparation than Scotland have had because of different COVID restrictions. So it'll be interesting to see whether what I anticipate Scotland can cope with some early England pressure and build themselves into the game.
Indeed, and I was speaking to the England team before the start of the game as well. This is almost a final hurrah for this group of players, as it's the end of the cycle of the calendar year for this age group. So they're trying to go out on a high. But both teams, a win yesterday and a convincing win for both teams, 3-1. It was England winning 3-1 against Wales, and Scotland winning Ireland in the later game yesterday, 3-1 again. Big roar from the teams. That's Scotland breaking away, and England just still in their huddle now. And both teams looking to continue that winning run. Big roar again from England. Passion is there. Let's see what the teams have got in the skills locker as well.
It'll be interesting to see whether the Scottish formation even, having a chat with both coaches down on the pitch. So the Scottish formation seems to be a 3-player midfield, whereas for England it's a 4-player midfield, and therefore whether England can dominate that middle space or whether Scottish back 4 can cope with that overlap, and then they've got more people when they work forward. So in the words of their player coach, they want total hockey, so they're basically playing something like 6-4 is the actual reality of things, complete fluidity. We'll see if that doesn't lead to a bit of disruption later on.
I'll say again, a fascinating game, off and underway. It is Scotland in the blue that starts the game, England in white, red and red. And already there's an interception in midfield. First touch of the ball for Kulwinder Jutla. And turnover again. First knockings of the game, making sure that no one gives the ball away too easily. And there's already a lot of pressure, and the first whistle of the game goes. It's a very, very active start, isn't it?
It's bound to be. There's going to be players wanting to put markers down. And goalkeeper coming into play. He's not even got his glove on. Scotland has a little bit of a mistouch as that's going back. Janssen, he'll be one of the corner strikers for Scotland, looking to step up on an old school corner hit, which we've seen a number of times so far over the course of this weekend. Yeah, both sides, you feel, would want to get onto the front foot, would want to press reasonably high. And as we see Sean Robertson taking this, you got a situation where Scotland is trying to step higher. So it's Chris Durden actually who started that move.
That's gone a long way towards halfway. Nice control under pressure and controlled well. Push forward over halfway. As number 20, Jutla looks to find the edge of the circle. That's an important touch on the edge, and that is Scotland mopping up very well, seeing the danger and dealing with it impressively.
Lovely early ball from Jutla, wasn't it, as he saw that through pass, just looking to give it immediately. And that's important for either of these sides, the pre-scanning work that they do, make sure that they have an awareness of what they're going to do next, because if they dwell on it at all, that's exactly what should happen. Execution was poor, but the principle is correct. You get it, you're under pressure. By moving it on straight away, you then give teammates time and space.
Doesn't look like there's a great deal of support in England white there. Let it go again from the side. Looking away from the camera, there is an awful lot of blue just out of the picture, and it's a difficult one to find and thread through, and that's gone all the way through for a Scotland restart. Good scan of the field ahead. Watch the movement. Taken forward. It's Turkington just nudging it out of play.
A really good disguise on the pass as it was pulled, as it was carried forwards, as Phillips, now a captain, just drifts that through midfield. As it was the initial distribution, it was the disguise, the body shape. So you've aimed, lined up for one way, and you know you want to give the underarm ball. That disguise, as important as that pass was there, as important as actually the power on the pass.
Things just starting to open up along the English right-hand side, but Scotland standing firm in defence, under a lot of pressure at the moment and finding it difficult to get out, and England have won it back in a tricky position to defend from.
Well, Morris will be busy through the midfield channels as that gets stolen off Watson.
Oh, he's been pulled up for it. Flight did very well there. He thought he'd won it fairly, but will be coming back.
Flight's too close. It was never 5 yards away, but England given the benefit of the doubt and allowed to keep that playing on.
Special went to umpires as well, Angela Buckley and Kishal Sharp. The officials in bright orange today. Broken down a fair bit. England still pressing on the right hand side, but passages of play not really going for more than 2 or 3 moves at the moment. Scotland anticipate well and win the ball back, and starting to break out along their left hand side. Good movement along the sideline, running with it. Donaldson has already scored a goal in the tournament, trying to progress forward. Ball rolls out of play though. Better from Scotland. Nice to see them progress down the field.
It was good triangle work, wasn't it? So you've got interchange, you've got lateral movement and forward movement, and that allows you to just throw that space ball down for Donaldson.
Heads up. That's another important touch, stopping the ball firing itself into the circle. I think this is going to be the pattern of the game, I feel.
That'd be great for the neutral if it is. I mean, it's being played over that middle 50 yards up and back, and the problem with that is you can't play at this pace for the entire game, and so you need to change that tempo. And if you recognise that the tempo is being created because of an error rate, you then need to change that error rate, because at the moment neither side, as you say, are able to keep hold of it for more than about 2 phases of play.
England with it in defence at the moment, trying to find a route around. Oh, and another important interception. Scotland doing so well to step in and win the ball. Whistle blows though.
Oh, Hammond making his presence felt on Stuart Fisk. Fisk did brilliantly to step in front. Hammond is quick. Long arms, long legs, could happily step into that space, jab, then turn and accelerate. Real danger if he gets good forward momentum and speed. Scotland defence could struggle to cope with that because of the pace that he has.
Gift of possession back to England on halfway. You see Scotland running back to defend in numbers. England looking to press. Good Harry to make the attempted passes more awkward as possible. And it's gone out of play. Scotland will restart again. It is a real good zip about the game. Very stop-start. I can feel that this has got all the hallmarks of a really good game we can get our teeth into. Everyone watching around the world. McCurry, 37, you just saw him in possession, is looking to win the ball back here. Player coach for Scotland. I'll go with the early question since we've stopped then. Player coach, how does that differ for a coach that's on the sideline then?
All about temperament, is the honest response. I mean, player coaches, depends what you want them to do. If you want someone who can coach the side through the week, through training and that kind of thing, then great. Player coaches, it's fine. You can run a side. You tend to get less training time yourself because you're trying to coach. The issue is always, what do you want, or the club you're playing for, the team you're playing for, what do they need to happen on game day? Because to be a player coach, you have to have the right temperament. If you're the sort of player who gets caught up in the emotion of the game, and you need that in order for you to perform, quite often you're ineffective as a coach. So you need someone who can be dispassionate, they can step away, they can recognise if they're not having a good game, they can sub themselves off. And it's very rare you see that happening because they feel they need to be the player making things happen. So who are they on game day? Are they a player? Are they a coach? Are they dispassionate? Are they overly emotional? I have absolutely no idea what Steve McCurry is, so I really can't comment, but there's been very few players in my experience who've been really effective player coaches.
Play starting to settle down a little bit there. Ball popping up from Andy Spooner. England ball in their defensive circle for, I think, the first time during the game. Brown under pressure into the corner and earning the whistle.
Grubb just stepping up just fractionally too aggressively, and it's that fine line. You want to be aggressive, you want your opponent to feel the pressure, you want them to know that you're there. As soon as there is no pressure physically or emotionally, but physically particularly, then all of a sudden you're going to find the opportunity to just get out of balls, play simple passes, get out of channels.
Tim Wood done well to not only get the ball back into play but also find a teammate as well. England looking to press down the right where they've had success. Balls in the circle. Is this a shooting opportunity? It is, but wide of the upright goalkeeper for Scotland. I'm sure that's Alistair McLean in the Scottish goal, stretching with his foot, but the ball was wide of the upright. First real opportunity of the game. It's gone to England.
I've got to say, my opinion there, as Jutler received that, it wasn't what, from a coaching textbook perspective, you would expect to happen. What, in my opinion, you'd want is you would want the player to be moving off the line as they receive it. So Jutler to choose either I'm going to take that and move infield, or I'm going to let it back into my stance and go to the reverse. Because by staying static, he allowed the defender to step in on a forehand, put pressure on the strike, which meant he pulled it. If he'd played it back into his forehand space, he could have either won a foul because of the obstruction and therefore got a penalty corner, or gone down the defender's left foot and got a cleaner strike off. So that static receive letting Jutler down a bit.
Closest we've come yet to a goal. Now Scotland, their turn to press. In possession, Palmer plays the ball to the baseline. Nice take. Wyeth plays the ball, and you can hear that rattle off the side of the outside of the goal. Scotland looking to threaten. Pressure on the England defence. Having to be pushed out to the right-hand side. Scotland winning it back again. Coming into the game more and more now, the team in blue. Where's the support on the left-hand side where there's space? You can see it moving. Although play towards the edge of the circle and been mopped up, and it's all gone very frantic. England, things are opening up for them. Space over on the left-hand side. Brown in a lot of space but wasn't able to be found.
Well, Tim Wood, did he pick that up and just tries to roll that ball underneath his feet into the circle, deep into the circle. England did have space, and it opened up because Scotland have supported their own attack, so they've chosen to work forwards. The defence haven't closed the midfield space down, so on turnover, England can play those 30, 40, 50-yard balls.
Oh, what a pickup this is. Colin Cooper, though, gets whistled. Again, he thought he'd won that cleanly. Play is stopped. He was picked out before as the languid midfielder who makes everything happen for England, and he was very nearly in on goal there.
I'm lucky enough to have played with and around Coops for the best part of about 25 years across some Reading teams in normal league competition and then across Masters as well. As international player himself, has a beautiful way of moving, really balanced and poised, but actually a whole load of deceptive movement, and so he'll offer a shoulder, go one way, but not even move the ball, and it also has the best over-the-top dummy you will see at any point. For the young players who have no idea what that is, YouTube it, find out what a hockey over-the-top dummy is, and you'll probably just see Colin Cooper in the middle of the screen.
Things definitely are opening up now for a tiny bit of miscontrol, but it's still with England. Cordial. And we're back again with a whistle. Scotland look to go in defence from the restart. Playing the ball out of defence. Working the triangles. Incremental progress up the field. And another free hit goes their way.
Well, it was the right step in from Johnson, but he missed the ball. The ball's gone underneath his feet, and so whilst the body shape was correct, technically the tackle was correct, he just missed the ball completely. So Angela Buckley had absolutely no choice but to say that that was a Scotland free hit.
Codgel involved again, stopping the ball through. Good shielding. England, though, under pressure. A little bit risky, but they're doing it. Ooh, nearly picked out of the air. This could fall kindly again for England. Here's Tim Wood, and we've got a stoppage. I think we've got the ball or the stick. Find a connection with Scotland's 25, Martin Constable.
Yeah, it seemed like it was just a rap on the knuckles, possibly on the way through.
We're obviously
Maybe
not going to show you the player there, but...
well, we look out that window and it's just on the knee as he's come through. The stick from Wood, I think, just got left in across Constable's knee, giving him a bit of a hobble. So he then promptly drills it into his feet. That is brilliant poetic justice.
See that? Have some of your own medicine.
You have to chuckle. I've lined you up properly.
Yes, immediately before that there was a nice handshake and all smiles, and then bang. We won't dwell on that for too long. I'm sure that will make the highlights real. That's control in the air from Scotland's 11, John Cowie. And he's done very well to escape the clutches of three England white shirts. That possession didn't last long. Over halfway again. Go England. Support coming on the left-hand side. And then we got a first penalty corner of the game. Wow, quick movement from England.
I think it was Janssen who has reached into this tackle. It's nice movement by England down the right-hand side. They've moved it slightly sideways to give themselves some space. This long tackle back. Ball's gone past Janssen. Now he's reaching. He's reached round to try and get the ball, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that as long as you're clean, because he's potentially missed the ball, but he's also obstructed by putting his stick across the opponent's legs. I don't think there's any choice about that at all.
No, first penalty corner of the game. Before the game, we're told to look out for Chris Durden, 24 for England, but he doesn't appear to be on the field of play at the moment, if my eyes are attuned.
Yes, it looks like we've got Brown on the right-hand castle, Morris on the near castle.
I think we're missing a match ball at the moment, so that's just been retrieved. And placed down. Now, what's the routine here? Quick movement from the Scottish defensive line, so I think Scotland are going to be a player down here.
Well, I think there's a degree of umpire sympathy there, I have to say. They've gone on the whistle, so there's no fake or anything. That, to me, is good empathy with what's going on. Yes, the letter of the law we know, but that's good umpiring.
Here we go again. Quickly out goes Scotland. Play towards the left-hand upright, but beyond the stick of the injector. I think that was Tim Wood who was closest, the injector and the closest to the upright. But first penalty corner of the game coming to nothing. And you're right, that's good decision making from the team in orange. It's right in front of us here. Another good tussle for the ball. Etherington thought it got away, coming back for McNally. McNally plays the ball into the centre of the field, where Wyeth looks to play it into the 23, but it's been picked off again. Again, it's a very, very frantic game. And a reminder that this is the men's over-50s competition. If anyone had considered that the Masters hockey was maybe a little bit more steady, it isn't. This is full throttle hockey.
It is, but that's being caused by the turnover rate. I mean, there's a really high turnover rate of teams going straight back into congestion, back through tackles, so they're winning it on a tackle, they're then turning around and putting it straight back into the same space. And in doing so, you create what feels like it becomes frantic because it's turnover, go again, turnover, go again. And with the self-pass rule, it can very easily become really over-paced. And teams have to be able to adjust that tempo. They have to look at it and go, you know what, this is where we need to bring the ball away, we need to take it out of contact, we need to just keep a different type of play and tactical awareness. And that's where someone like a player coach who's doing things well on the pitch can influence things. Going back to your earlier question, they just call that play.
Another turnover high up the field, and Scotland not getting out of their defensive third at the moment. Just a reminder, if this is the first game you've seen of this tournament, it'll be 4 quarters of 17.5 minutes, so halves of 35. So we'll be breaking for the first quarter break pretty soon indeed. 0-0, we're at Nottingham Hockey Centre, you're watching courtesy of BTV. Many thanks to Sandercliff Ford for getting us on air today. Here we go, let's break off as England are into the circle on the attack. There's an awful lot of blue shirts in the way, and they get the whistle. Overload there briefly, and Scotland did well to come away with the ball, but again it's turned over. England in possession on the halfway, look to go down the right hand side, had the most joy down the right channel at the moment, and that was a nearly impressive give and go. Scotland winning it back again. I'm going to have to break off here because there's so much happening.
But the word you've used is the most relevant one, Andy. Not the others aren't, no, probably that sounds awful. The most relevant one is nearly. It's all about, I've tried to give that, I've tried to do it, and it just hasn't connected. And that's because people are forcing the play. Moments ago, Scotland won the ball in their defensive zone. They've tried to take a quick restart down the same channel, and their own players aren't ready. And if that's the situation, you have to take half a second longer or a second longer to create something to make it more meaningful. And if that means you have to just stop, stand still and play a ball hard and sideways, then that's what you've got to do. If you play at overspeed, the error rate increases.
The quarter time discussion then to the players on both sides will be steady things down a little. The passion is there, just take a little bit more care possibly over the early ball and the choice of pass. England look to see out the first quarter in possession. Ball on the far side of the field and knocked out of play. And in fact, that is the end of the first quarter. Very entertaining first quarter of hockey. But we haven't had any goals yet. We've had a penalty corner, which nearly came to an opportunity, but it was missed on the left-hand side, left-hand post. But it is scoreless at the quarter-time break. We are back. The teams have had their 2-minute break. We're about to see the start of the second quarter. England taking their time to make their way to the field of play. Scotland very much alert and ready to go for the start of the second period. More of the same, do you think?
I hope not, is the honest response to that, because I think that the error rate is really high. Either teams, it's that choice of wanting to play quickly, but actually the speed isn't creating effective hockey. Get it, move it on. Look at your pass completion rate, that kind of move.
Neat. Let's see what Scotland can do with this, and turn it over is the outcome. It's just been taken off an England stick. It's on the baseline at the moment. Scotland trying to battle for it, and they will go from the sideline. Scotland looking to build a base here on the left-hand side, aiming to get the ball towards the baseline. Played in.
Back stick, huge back stick. The only way that ball can lift is if it's been hit with the back of a stick from that body position.
It's still loose in the circle. Big appeal. And we've got our first penalty corner for Scotland. Scotland really starting on the front foot in the second quarter.
Oh, they did win, but look at this cross here. That's the only way that ball can lift is if you hit the top of the ball with the back of your stick. So Scotland a little bit fortunate, you have to say. Then that ball that's tried to hit out, yep, it hits a foot. There's no discussion about that. But if you look at the passage of play, you'd like to think that the cross would have been picked up earlier.
So around the circle. The trap is good. It's been deflected up and over. Long corner is the signal. That was very, very moderately paced, the injection and the delivery, I think.
That's so polite. Very, very moderately paced. I mean, slow as, which allowed Chris Durden to get right on top of it. Brilliantly professional of you, absolutely. I'm giving it a big, pretty average, is where I'm going with it. Chris Durden basically had about 3 weeks to get to the top of the circle because the delayed hit. I'm not sure whether Scotland were trying to make a pass and it was all closed down, to be fair.
Oh, fired across the circle. And it's popped up in the air. Play continues. Big whistle, and England get the call and can clear. That's the real best passage of play, or sustained passage of play for Scotland. And it's now England looking to break quickly down the right-hand side. There is space around the edge of the circle. Jutler's looking to receive the ball. It's loose. There's a player going to ground, and it's gone out of play on the full from an England stick. So Scotland will restart. It's gone very, very busy again.
Well, as you said earlier on, Andy, that people expecting this to be something slower than what they might normally watch. Nick Morris took the ball out of his own circle, and he was the player diving for the deflection in the other D. Real brilliant athleticism.
Missed tackle in the circle. England still on it and being dealt with expertly. I think that's Rob Janssen taking the ball away for Scotland, and they're looking to bring it out of defence. And this is more expansive, I think. Space starting to open up. From a Scotland perspective, that was very, very neat indeed, and that was too quickly done.
Well, that's your problem, is that you've got a player there. I mean, that's a scything tackle, if you like. But so Steve Grubb had done absolutely right to make the tackle, done really well to lead away. But then a teammate has tried to pass it to him without any kind of eye contact or any sort of verbals, and that's really difficult to do. You've got a team that potentially hasn't worked through a long-term programme. Some of these players, it might actually be the first weekend they played with each other, and with COVID restrictions, they may not have trained together at all. And you've got somebody having a quiet word with the umpire, and in doing so, distract yourself from the ball. You've got to stay right on it every single minute.
Decent ball into the corner, and that's just off the stick of Donaldson. Good idea. Flashing off the blade and out of play. Here's Jutler looking to progress and battling again for the ball. England have it. Going back from here. Swept back into defence. And across to the right-hand side. Bit of a pop-up. And Scotland intercept very well here. Flight. It's gone a long way with it, gone to the baseline. Loose stick in the circle. It's still live. How have England come out of that? How have England come out of that?
Luke Watson in the end showing really good composure in the middle of his circle. He had the ball on his stick and saw, in that situation, players quite often they panic and they just throw the ball away and you give up possession. He saw a channel, he went for territory, kick for touch essentially, and therefore gets the ball away for England and allows them to regroup.
Scotland showing well here. Ball bouncing along the baseline, and it has gone out. And the umpire signalled Be another England restart, and they've gone very quickly out of it, trying to make the use of the space that's opened up in the centre of the field, and this time it's working for England. They've gone out to the right hand side. Hammond, there is movement to the left of him. England really making use of the right hand side in this game so far, but Scotland looking to smash the ball out of defence. It didn't come off at all.
Oh, Hammond's done really well to get any sort of the ball. His attempted tackling position was wrong on just about every count as he came in from behind the swing. He nearly took a face full of stick, then the ball, then everything else, but he got enough of a touch just to deflect it away and win the free hit. Well done, fairly high tariff.
Space starting to open up, but the turnover rate is still very, very high indeed. Swept out to England's right hand side yet again. Being watched out of play at the expense of a long corner for England. Pendulum swinging back towards England at the moment. Gone quickly. Gone through quite a few challenges towards the baseline now. There's no one in front of the goal, and that's another penalty corner for England. Second of the game, first of this quarter. Let's have another look at that.
That's a clever movement from Phillips, the captain, as it came down the baseline. I mean, he saw the ball coming in. It was Watson who dribbled it in towards the circle, popped it into Phillips, the captain. He saw it coming, and just by taking the ball into his stance, just dropped a shoulder.
Indeed. Just noting, Chris Durden lingering around the top of the circle. Drag flicker extraordinaire, according to the advice we were given from the England bench before the game. So.
And he wrote that himself, yeah?
Yes.
So he'd better be good on this.
Let's see what the outcome is. It is going towards Durden. Plays it towards the left-hand side. Underneath the goalkeeper and in. England have the lead.
Unfortunately for Scotland, that's Constable who stepped in. It was, I'm not quite sure what Durden was trying to do. We can see the stop, but he almost takes it himself an extra step. So as it comes out to the top, it's controlled, and then he just takes that little step in. He's trying to deliver it back to the injector, and Constable does it. Cooper was the intended target. Constable takes a touch underneath his own goalkeeper, unfortunately for Scotland.
So it is England that have the lead. Scotland, there's nothing like that moment where your shoulders drop, is that? But it is Scotland now. Their mission is to get back on level terms. England are ahead by 1-0. 25th minute.
So disappointing. I commentated on the over-50s earlier on. Exactly the same happened for Scotland as they defended brilliantly. England got round the back once and they played a ball down the baseline, and Scotland managed to deflect it past their own keeper.
England so close to going a second one there. Breaking nicely for Wood, who played the ball across the circle, looking for a deflection in front of the goalkeeper that never came. Just taking a pause here. Looking for the match ball again. Now, Scotland need to get that essence of what they were doing at the start of the quarter back again when they were really pressuring the England goal. At the moment, momentum and the scoreline is with England.
Morris just being asked to go back to where the free hit was taken. Good umpiring, just real clarity. Nice clear whistle. Telling the players what the expectation is, but that's a really good reaching tackle, but then step forwards from England had to be that 50-50. If anything else, they just had to break down the momentum of that Scottish counter.
It is with the ball, and that's a crunching connection with Jutler number 20 for England. So Scotland will go from just in front of the camera position here. Space for Scotland to operate in and build something cohesive with this, but they've gone quickly down their left hand side. It's popped up going from the side. Again, incremental progress. You mentioned a few moments ago, kick for touch, get the territory and try and build from that.
It's so important. You create pressure with phases of play, and that's the important thing. First phase play very rarely creates much pressure because it's within about a 5-6 second window. But if you can do that 3 or 4 times, then suddenly the opponents start to get pulled out of position. Extra defenders might commit to the ball, the focus changes, the concentration lapses, and then you exploit an opponent's space or lack of cohesion.
Scotland were looking to, I think, appeal for that ball that came off an England stick, but not in the view of the umpire. And we were going again with an England restart, and that's a little bit of a reaction from Chris Durden, not happy with something. And now we've just seen the first card of the game. It's a green card, and I think Chris Durden's earned himself a little sit down for 2 minutes. We're going to see another card. No, it's just a note of Chris Durden. So England will be a player light for 2 minutes. Aerial ball out of defence.
Well, Adam Orduna taking up the duty that's relinquished by Durden, taking a step away. Always frustrating for a coach, so John Dixon won't be that happy on the England bench, because if you talk yourself into a card, it's wholly controllable. I totally take the point. Some players will play right on that line of aggression and intensity, but if you talk yourself into a card, there's absolutely no excuse for it.
England making it look like they've still got the same number of players here. They're playing towards the Scotland goal. It's been tapped behind, long corner. That one just flicking the very outside of the frame of the goal. Goalkeeper watching that one steadily.
Yeah, I was wondering whether that was going to come off the toes of Alistair McLean in the Scotland goal or not.
I was watching the earlier game where the ball that was being watched hit the post and bounced back into play. That was always a moment of surprise. Right, so we have a penalty corner for England. To be honest, I didn't quite see what that was for.
There was a foot in the circle. There was 2 or 3 players all around the ball, and it was just the faintest glance that came off a toe by Angela Buckley all over it. Really good angle as she saw that as it came in.
Also, by the looks of things, there's this Scotland player also on one of the benches, but we'll go for confirmation of that.
Well, let's see if this goes to Ian Phillips, the captain. It surprises me. He's not renowned for the most powerful drag flick in the world. Morris, well, he kind of looped it at the near post, to be honest. I mean, that's been taken down pretty easily by the defence.
Goalkeeper on their toes. That's high and wide. Interesting angle on the shot. Didn't really trouble the goalkeeper. That's
never been stopped. I understand it's been restarted, but it's tiny detail. I'd rather see it allowed, just to allow the game to go on. That's a great first time ball down the line.
It's worked out very neatly. Where is the support for Scotland? And that isn't, like I discussed it this morning at breakfast, is it? That wasn't the support. The run was there, but the layoff just wasn't. But Scotland looking to press forward. It's loose in front of the goal, and England will mop up, and they're going again very quickly indeed.
That's a little bit unfortunate for Greg Brown, who'd done all the running to get up into the circle, and it was a 50-50 that went against him. Superb long supporting run to get all the way up into the England shooting circle.
Again, England looking to press down the right. Another important touch in defence for Scotland, but it will come back to an England stick on the left-hand side. Looking to build now down on the left. It's Brown, I think, bringing play back to halfway. Jones, crossfield ball, that's beyond everybody. Just a bit quick on our production meeting. I wonder if we can check what the situation is with the cards, and we'll get that confirmed for you as well. I know a lot of people watch along at home and keep a note of the game as it progresses.
Yeah, it doesn't help us really when players who come off for a rest decide to sit on the naughty step or in a suspension game. Is that a rest? Is that a card? I haven't seen very many of them.
No, I could have sworn there was only one, but we'll again, this is why we're looking to confirm. So it was a card each earlier on. So both teams were down to down 10 briefly. We seem to be short of a match ball, which has just shot past us here at in the chapel. There it is.
So England playing this 3-2-2-3 system, which I asked the coach beforehand. I was like, okay, so do you mean 3-4-3? Is that what you actually mean? Is it a midfield diamond? The idea was it was kind of 2 screens in front of the back 3 and then twin high centre halves to have then players playing outside of that. And It's interesting when you talk to coaches these days across every level of competition. It doesn't matter if it's this here, if it's the Pro League, whatever it may be. They describe all these formations, but in essence it just comes back to, right, who's defending, who's in midfield, and who's attacking, and roughly how many. And you get this full interchange, really, where I think teams now play pretty much 4-6. Where you play 4 at the back who've got defensive minded, but everybody else interchanges and works together.
That's another layoff that doesn't quite work, but the second prize is the possession is retained for England. Constable looking to play the ball. It's now to the baseline and just into the circle, swinging a challenge that didn't come to nothing.
What is that? That's up off a stick. I mean, that's a penalty corner, I'm afraid. I'm going to disagree with Kishore Shah in that instance. That, to me, in real time, looked like it was driven in along the baseline. It took a touch for defender's stick and popped up either onto a body or popped up dangerously. I don't think Scotland did anything to lift that ball at all.
No, I was pausing because I thought there was about to be a whistle, but there wasn't. And I was expecting a whistle for Scotland, but it didn't come. At the moment, the team in blue looking to get back on level terms. There's a good opportunity, I think, for another goal-scoring chance before the end of the half. Can Scotland get on level terms? They've shown enough, I think, to try and potentially be on level terms at half-time, but they're not going to do it that way.
Well, Andy Doc Spooner has just got away with an absolute classic. He's gone to slap that and missed it completely. Smashed it into a Scottish stick, but because of a slight touch on the ball, he's been given the benefit of the doubt. He'll be disappointed that he didn't get clean connection.
Aerial ball's travelled a long way, and again I can feel there's a little bit of frustration starting to brew from the Scottish side. Maybe one or two things aren't quite going their way as they may have hoped.
No, but what they have to what they have to control is the fact that whether you agree or disagree with the decision, if I look at this, and we've talked about a couple of decisions at either end that we might disagree with, the error rate from the players is far higher than the error rate from the officials. Whoa. So actually, control the controllables. Just get a ball on your stick and pass it to a teammate to start with, and then control how you interact.
I must say that was a lovely touch from Greg Brown, but play moves on. England looking to build and get the ball into the circle. Could this be a second before half-time? It is. That just seemed to all appear out of nowhere.
Well, it's Hammond in the midfield who drove through really effectively. So it's when Hammond took this overhead down, then he cuts in field, goes past the first challenge. Now he's got space because he's got pace. Then into the circle on that far side, and then goalkeeper just doesn't seem to commit to anything. Alistair McLean, is he thinking it's coming in field or not? Whatever he doesn't really make a choice, and he ends up almost praying on his knees, and it takes a bottom edge and pops up into the goal.
So it is England that have the lead, and I'm sure we're about to hear the half-time hooter. I think there might be time to buy a lottery ticket. Half-time, it is England 2, Scotland 0. Scotland have had some good spells in the game, but it is England that have the lead by 2-0. This is BTV. You're watching the Masters Invitational event. welcome back to live commentary from Nottingham. You're watching BTV, and it's the Masters Invitational event. It's the men's over 50s competition, and it's England that have a 2-0 lead over Scotland as we approach the start of the second half. England leading. Scotland have had a good few opportunities. What would you do differently, Simon Mason?
In short, I'd make sure that I get a pass from my stick to the pass to the stick of the player of the same team. I mean, that's been the issue. It's the error rates that we've talked about. It just feels like there's a lack of precision. Both sides want to play quickly, got no problem with that, but that means that they're turning the ball over.
England in this second half playing from left to right, attacking the boulevard end, and immediately we've had a turnover possession. There's been 5 seconds. And Scotland have really started brightly. And they've got a free hit here, looking to load a few players forward, and already the goalkeeper's being surrounded by 2 blue shirts as well, looking to cause a few distractions. It's quickly moved into the circles. A player gone to ground, goalkeeper comes off the bottom of his boot, and it's away. Very bright start indeed from Scotland.
Sean Parker getting a good boot through that as he needed to, but it's his first touch in this game so far, I think, from what I recall. But it's about build-up play. That is a clever lateral pass with a bit of disguise on it. The slap ball under his arm, getting all the way across from Constable, trying to create the angles. And what I was going to come back to on that turnover ball was, I don't think at any stage in this game have we seen the defensive platform, so the back 3 or the back 4, play more than a single transfer. At no point have they gone round the back, at no point have they said, okay, here's our platform, now I'm going to move the defence in front of me in order to try and create passing lanes. And consequently, your opponent is always in that situation set and balanced. For players of this quality with international coaches, I just expect a little bit more spatial awareness. That's better.
Yes, things starting to open up along the England right again. But again, it invites the challenge, that first touch. England still with it, in a dangerous position. There's a huge number of blue shirts between the ball and the goal. With it is Nick Morris, who's scored 2 goals already in the competition this weekend. Ball around the edge of the circle. Again, huge pressure from the blue shirts of Scotland. Towards the baseline, is there a route in towards the circle? Not at the moment.
Well, Hammond having to use his skills rather than his pace. He is so quick. When he used to play in National League, he was just one of the forwards that you would worry about, because a little throw into space and accelerate was almost impossible to catch in that instance without space to move into. Has good skills, but without the ability to actually accelerate into space, not really playing to his strengths.
Another whistle blown. England moving it quickly now to the left-hand side, trying something different with it. Jutler looks to go to the baseline. Is there a pass on here? He's having to go backwards a long way, maintain possession for England on their left, sweeping the ball back to halfway. First touch taking it a long way, it's still with England, but that's a miscontrol. Scotland get the ball back very cheaply on the sideline.
You see Durden's body position, and as soon as he'd missed that, he signalled that he wants that on his back foot, he wants it on his open stick. Just make things easy for a teammate, for either England or Scotland. If you're going to play a pass, play it with real precision.
Here goes Jutler again, looking to lay the ball off. That's neat, into the circle, the controls there. Is there a turn? There's a shot, and it come off the bottom of the stick there rather than the foot, I think.
And in the end, it came off the bottom of the foot of Kevin Miller in the end. It did hit a stick, you're absolutely right. And what looked like there was some sort of fight going on, it wasn't. It was 2 guys actually just giving each other a hug. But the way they went into it, it looked like there were 2 people squaring up in the middle of the pitch for a right ruckus.
I've never commentated on a punch-up before. And today, I don't think will be the first day. Please don't let there be a punch-up today. All friends here. But that said, quite a few raised voices and quite a lot of passion on these 2 teams. That's nice in the air. Where's the support coming from? Nowhere, so he's decided to go alone and closed down by the Scotland defence and considered ball out to the right-hand side. Again, where is the support? It's gone forward. England mop up relatively well and go again from the free hit. It's still very, very quick.
It's better width. I mean, that's an awful pass. It's got there in the end. I mean, that was just ripe for interception. Again, players not getting... It's really boring, but if you don't execute the basics, and as we're looking at this shot on the pitch, we can see Nick Morris outside our windows, clapping his hands, encouraging teammates to go, come on, we're better than that. that. Luke Watson's guessed where Durden's gone and got it horribly wrong. There's a number of areas you have to say where either team, and England particularly, really would want to tighten up that.
Corner for Scotland. That's a long blow on the whistle.
Well, what will be interesting is if he's had a green already, hasn't he, Durden?
Yes, indeed.
So we see the replay. England are given cheap possession away. Scotland went down the right-hand side. Nothing wrong with that. Durden then seems to just step in the path and absolutely take the feet out of, I think, Flight working down that side?
Possibly. But we didn't see the colour of the card that was delivered. What is a fact is that Durden is off the field of play, so Scotland have got a great opportunity here to pull one back. I was trying to keep an eye out of the window whilst the replay was going on. Here's the delivery. This time it's hit towards the goal. Goalkeeper's down and it's wide of the upright. Good connection this time.
That's Janssen off that right-hand castle. He was hitting some balls pretty impressively in warm-up. However, that one, he's just slightly behind him off his right foot, and he's got some good pace on it, but he has topped it. He's pushed the ball down into the turf, which is why it looped.
It did look like a good connection. It was a better routine than the one we saw in the first half. And
we've had confirmation that that card's green, which, well, I appreciate. This is where I dig myself a massive hole with the umpiring community in terms of, certainly with yellows, it's different offences. So if the first one was for dissent because of chat, then the second one is just a hideous tackle, and therefore you make the argument about different types of foul, which I think a yellow card is more relevant. But for a green card, I think it's pretty unusual to see two green cards to the same player. You'd normally see an escalation of a second one, I'm sure.
I think given the nature of the tournament as well, that could be a factor as well. Everyone's friends here.
Get off, straight red, definitely. hideous tackle, got his wallet at the same time. Mugged.
Scotland looking to find a way back into the game. They're currently 2 goals down. At the moment, they're doing what you were saying a few moments ago, finding a little bit of rhythm in defence and moving the ball backwards and across the defence, trying to move this England midfield around. At the moment, they're being played, trying to play it through straight to an England stick, and England on the front foot already. There's support coming to the right, but it's gone out to the left. Here's a ball into the circle now. It is played low and hard, and that's bounced. Oh, another presentable opportunity for England. Very quick movement.
That's a lovely ball from Morris. Morris knew exactly what Phillips was going to do, and he's run up on that right-hand side, the skipper, and he's got himself in exactly the right place. Difficult ball to deal with.
Here go Scotland again. That's an important touch, but still with Scotland on the baseline. And it's been shepherded away somehow, stolen from the Scottish attack.
Well, now we get into a really technical conversation. So Stephen Grubb's carrying that ball outside his left hip. As he's then going in, you've got a defender stepping in on a front stick tackle. The only way that defender can hit the stick of the player carrying the ball is if the attacker has put his stick over the top of it and essentially manufactured a foul. He's allowed to put his stick over the top of it if he's then rolling back away from the direction of travel, but if the ball's still going towards goal, it has to be a manufactured foul. And I actually think that Angela Buckley's got that spot on in terms of understanding where the ball carry position is and what the potential foul is, and allowing England to get possession.
Progress along the centre of the England midfield, bouncing topped and away to relative safety for Scotland, but it's worked out to be a decent ball, but it's been picked off again. England look to return the ball with interest along the right hand side. Wood plays the ball to the baseline, and it's been knocked away at the expense of a long corner. 23-metre restart. I think some people would like to prefer us to have it called, but long corner to all and sundry, I think.
It's a difficult one, isn't it? Because it is a long corner in the rule book, the regulations, whatever it is, pitch markings, I don't know. It is still that. I mean, we've obviously got rid of the short corner, but that was the two different variants, and people suggesting that from a a newcomer's perspective, the long corner doesn't make any sense anymore because you're not going away to the side of the pitch where you did, and the 23 restart makes more sense. But yeah, in old money for us.
Long corner.
Long
it
corner.
Just trips off the tongue a lot easier. That's fallen kindly for Scotland. Is there support there? That's a huge amount of pressure, and it's very well defended from a lot of interested England parties there. The support is straight towards the centre. Oh, it's a dive. Oh, good vision, good execution, good athleticism, but didn't turn out to be an attempt on goal.
Well, that's a super attempt. Really, really well worked for Scotland as they tried to get into the middle of the England circle. The underarm ball beautifully disguised.
England breaking along the left-hand side. I'm going to need a lie down after this game for sure. That's a neat ball towards Ian Phillips, England's captain. There's nothing out to his right, so he's going to have to go back.
He needs a long lead there as Phillips is on. That ball that Cooper's just played is a poor choice because it was intercepted easily, but that is the ball that England need support to be able to play. They need the forward run to go into that channel.
That ball has gone the full length of the field. Scotland hoping just, I think, to get a stick on the ball and maybe hope for the ball to find its way to a blue stick, but it was just a hopeful ball more than anything, rather than maybe a bit of a clearance as well, and we've gone through all the way through the other side of the field again. I think the ball's going to end up getting tired here.
Well, bizarrely, if you've got that wasn't deliberate, but if you have got an effective high press, then sometimes actually just hitting it off the far end and making your opponent restart is not the least effective tactic. You can get it off the far end, particularly if it's played with limited pace, and then you all step up behind it. Cooper.
Just in front of us, the foot.
Cooper's got some of the best skills in the entire Masters scene. He's managed to pull that beautifully and boot it with his left foot. The look of disgust on his own face was an absolute picture.
He'll be thrilled when watching that on the replay as well. Full screen as well, more or less. Pressure starting to swing towards Scotland.
Well, from a neutral perspective, I'd really like to see a Scottish goal, only to just close this gap slightly, because it'll create the impetus as the time pressure builds with the clock against Scotland. It goes one way or the other. It either gets even more frantic, which I'm not quite sure how it can, but even more frantic, or it just sort of fades away a little bit. And I'd like Scotland to get a sniff, get a couple of corners maybe, opportunity, and get themselves on the scoreboard, because it'll then really build for a fabulous last quarter.
For the pressure that Scotland are looking to apply on the England defence, England have done the basics in defence quite easily and seen off quite a few of the angles of attack from Scotland, and the whistle's gone in favour of the English side. Steady ball back, we're off and running again. Good pressure from John Cowie. Richard Jones looks to find the ball forward. And picked up by Stuart Fisk. A lot of experience in the Scottish team, and Fisk is one of the players who's got, I think, 13 Masters caps at various age levels.
That's fabulous. Obviously, that's a great disguised slap ball. Really well done from Constable to get that under his arm.
Scotland building on the right-hand side. That's good. I thought that was good feet, but it just must have taken a touch. Are we going again? I think we are. Chopped into the circle. I think everyone stood still waiting for something.
That's really good awareness. I didn't catch the number of the player who was coming in down that right-hand side, but as he drove it in down the circle, the free hit was, what, 3 metres outside possibly? He recognised that he was too close to go in first phase, had to come back out a metre to go back in, so the ball had travelled 5, but everybody stopped and let him do it. I was like, oh, what a touch that is. What an opportunity.
Let's see that again. Driven ball from midfield. It just needed a touch on it. The athleticism we've seen twice now.
The big cheer that we've just heard in our microphones, I don't know if the broadcasters picked that up, was actually from the other pitch, so there wasn't a goal that we've missed.
Unbelievable cheer from somewhere, and I was watching the ball as well. I thought, well, what's gone on there? Yes, just a reminder that there are multiple games going on here at Nottingham Hockey Centre. There are 5 pitches here, a couple of them in use today. Various games across different age groups and nations playing today. 3D skills not cleared first time from a Scottish perspective, but still with possession. That's less than textbook. Trying to be polite about things.
Oh, Janssen was trying to clear that out, and it was an upright reverse. You've got to love a good upright reverse. Just players at this level, it's quite difficult to get down onto the flat reverse hit that we often see on other broadcasts and commentaries. But if that ball is just skipping around, it's a fabulous way to execute a pass if you've got the dexterity. It's an old school. You go back 30 years to a proper old left winger before edge hitting would carry down the left and whip his stick around or her stick around to deliver crossfield balls. It's still a skill that is very relevant if you've got that hand-eye coordination.
Another gift of possession back towards Scotland, but that moment in possession didn't last particularly long. England looking to play down the right-hand side where they've had most of the joy in the game. Lingering is Ian Hammond, and the goalkeeper having to step in and try and make a nuisance of himself. It's Alistair McLean, I think, in the Scotland goal. He certainly started the game. I'm not aware of any changes. Still waiting for the match ball again. Everyone's standing waiting around. Wouldn't be too disappointed by a chance to catch the breath here. Quarter time break coming up at 52.5 minutes, so not long to go for that.
Well, for England, that was a more controlled attack. Yes, there was pace on it, but Hammond had given a really nicely weighted through ball, and that's what was so good about it. He's seen the forward run of a teammate, may well have been Kevin Miller up ahead of him, and he's just thrown it into stride so you can accelerate onto it. He can then do the inside running, Hammond himself, to then get that ball as it comes back across the circle.
Bit of a scramble. England coming away with possession as they make their way towards the circle. It's tapped in again, and that is through and beyond everybody. And Scotland will get the opportunity to clear. A reminder again, the next break will be at 52.5 minutes. And Dolby has gone for a bit of a run.
And Vern Brown in the middle of the pitch with his arms outstretched for England going, where do you want me? And that's where obviously the communication, maybe the fatigue this late in the third quarter, a couple of minutes yet to play, players as they start to tire. You go into this survival mode where your body starts to think about heart and lungs, basically, can I keep running? And then your brain starts to cloud and your communication fails. And so where Vernon Brown there moments ago, we saw him with his arms outstretched, that's where he's not getting the communication from behind him. And if that's replayed across several lines, midfield and defence, for either team, that's when opportunities open up in these latter stages of periods. Janssen, brilliant. That is get rid of it as hard as you can. He'll wish he hit his corner like that earlier on in the game.
That was a fine connection. That was more like the free hits, the connections you were talking about before the game started in practice.
That's how he was hitting his penalty corners, but it's just like, well, not convinced it needed to be quite that hard, but it certainly made the most of it.
Cowie with a nice ball forward. Donaldson finds a little bit of space. He's currently being challenged. That's neat in towards the circle, but possession is turned over. Scotland trying something different there.
Yeah, that was clever because it was really well controlled down that left-hand side. Donaldson knew that as he carried it, as soon as the defender went low and flat, the opportunity was that little pop ball for himself. Fortunately for England, Chris Durden had stepped in behind it and read it, and actually Donaldson had flicked it a little bit too far. But the principle of what he was doing was absolutely right. Oh. Anti-skill, brilliant. You've got to love some anti-skill. Two players going at it. I've missed that. Oh, it's got exactly where I wanted it to go. Brilliant.
Scotland looking to get on the score sheet, and that's a penalty corner. What a presentable opportunity this is towards the end of the quarter.
Well, Watson missed his tackle in the first instance. It was really nice individual skill. Seeing the build-up, Scotland making some early choice. That bit of anti-skill was fabulous. And then they played off the back of it, and they worked really well high up the pitch. A little bit of dribble opportunity, and then all of a sudden into the circle they win it back, and then they work through these channels. Cowie just gets the ball in the heavy challenge.
Couple of options around the edge of the circle for Scotland. What's the delivery like? It's whipped in towards the edge. It's not been trapped first time. It's come back in though. Shooting opportunity still on for Scotland. Crunch towards the left-hand side of the goalkeeper, and it's a repeat penalty corner for Scotland, ending the quarter with a sustained spell of pressure on the team in blue. You've heard the hooter. We will have time for this penalty corner. That's the third of this half for Scotland. Good save in the middle of all of that.
Yeah, it was, otherwise, although the ball bobbled up dangerously, so the rear wall was given.
Trap is better this time. Played in, deflected in front of the goalkeeper, and it's been pushed away. And that is the end of the quarter. Dramatic end.
Dramatic end indeed. Well, that was Watson actually saving the ball on the line as it came across from the tip-in, so he gave away the corner in the first instance, and then was the England defender who actually took the final touch and cleared it. So, yeah, fair play, bit of karma coming to bear.
Very, very frenetic. Good entertainment wherever you're watching us in the world. This is BTV and you're watching the men's over 50s England versus Scotland men's game. You're watching it from Nottingham Hockey Centre via BTV. 2-minute break for three-quarter time. Welcome back to what promises to be a very adrenaline-packed final quarter of hockey here from Nottingham Hockey Centre. England leading Scotland by 2-0. Goal scorer Chris Durden has also been the recipient of 2 green cards in the game. Second goal for England coming from the stick of Kevin Miller, and that's where we are with 17.5 minutes to play, and England restart us. In the second half, possession for England lasted about 5 seconds, and they're already beyond that one by 2 seconds.
Well, that looks like Spooner's possibly hobbling as well. That's
He's not happy.
He's been properly hamstring sniped. Played with him occasionally down at Reading Vets and had a couple of hamstring issues over the years, and that definitely looks, as he extended for that definitely looked like something went.
So you're just out the camera range. He is hobbling a tiny bit. He's off the field of play now. Certainly the quarter-time coaching team talk may have gone out of the window a tiny bit. It's not even going over to the doctor. I think he's gone off direct to the
bar. I
was going to say that for medical treatment. Surely you mean?
Yeah, bar. Absolutely. There's one
liquid treatment.
There's one outcome of that. Yeah, you've just pulled your hamstring with 17.5 to go. You've got one more night away. The solution for that is a bit of ice from the physio tent. I agree. Bar. This is Masters hockey. This is
I see. One of the sports drinks that people have been talking about for some
full
time.
of carbohydrate. Full of carbohydrate. Good pint of ale.
Normally about now I'd be telling you about the avail your services at the bar here at the Stick and Pitcher, but no, we won't do that here. Scotland looking to press. Can they get back on the score sheet? Although England do well to step in and win the ball back, and already receiving the ball, there's a player in acres of space. That's a swing and a miss, I think. And he looks like he's just been taken out. What happened there?
If that's Hammond, if that's Hammo who's gone for that, can we please clip it and post it personally? Because that's almost slow-mo. It is indeed Ian Hammond who's gone for that. The cross-field pass was absolutely spot on. And I don't know whether there wasn't enough pace on it for him to think that he could do anything with it, but he's not decided what he's trying to do. And in the end, it's a bit like a tree falling in the forest. He's had his legs hacked out from underneath him and he's collapsed in the middle of the D.
Nobody heard him, but everybody saw him. It's still England that have the lead by 2-0 here. Very close to a third a moment ago. Credit where credit's due. That was a wonderful cross-field ball. That's evaded a couple of sticks, and Scotland looking to get the ball on the left-hand side. A moment looking for the introduction of a few more supporting shirts in blue. Good pressure, more composed in the Scottish attack. Getting the ball around the edge of the circle, working the England defence. That's decent. And that's a penalty corner for Scotland, number 4 of this half.
Durden again stepping in late on that tackle, and England just on the back foot a little bit. They're a metre away defensively from where they need to be. Really good movement from Scotland, recycling the ball from those deep positions, finding better lateral movement, and now they've got a chance to come in field because they started on the left. England defence is shuttling, they're now caught behind, and Durden, as he steps in and just flashes.
Eventful game for Chris Durden. Here's the delivery. Again, not the quickest, but that's fired in towards the goal. Second time ball, and it comes off the England defender, and we're going to stop. Looks like we've got the...
It's penalty corner.
Yeah,
I mean, Constable's gone in on the backhand and Watson stepped in to save it. He's hobbling for starters, so yeah, definitely nailed on penalty corner.
So again, Scotland looking to build up a head of steam here. We've seen a couple of decent routines from Scotland. We've seen another couple that won't have troubled the highlight reels either.
Well, if you're going to do this and you're going to go out to Constable on this near castle, it's got to get there with some pace. He's got absolutely no time to work with. Whatever happens, it's got to come out hard and fast.
It's a little bit quicker, and it's fired just wide. Couple of deflections on the way through. Again, long corners the outcome, but there seemed to be, you could have thrown your hat on that.
Well, and that's the issue, is that the ball is arriving, it's taking a long time to stop it, which means the number 1 runner's getting on top with some support from the number 2. So as soon as nothing's happening quickly, you've then got this ability to put a blanket.
Nice interplay in Scotland. It just comes to nothing for them. Quick interchanges, looking to get a shot towards goal, but it didn't come, and England come away with a whistle.
Well, the first ball in was a good one. It looked like there was an opportunity for Steve Grubb in the middle of the circle. It didn't come to him, but then it was just congested, and we were a long way away here from that. And umpire Angela Buckley's right on top of it. Blew quickly, blew early, saw the infringement. That is the pass that has to be given quicker, because that allows England to jog. And what you want in these latter stages is you want your opponent to be sprinting as hard as possible. Put some pace on the ball. Janssen, that's a lovely long, old school left to right hit. And unfortunately, Flights then booted it. But it was the right ball in the first instance with really good weight on the pass.
Phillips, England's captain, with a little time on the ball to look up. Spreads it out to the left-hand sideline. That's neat again. Progress on the England left. Give and go, give and go. Scotland with a time to take a touch. Nicholson plays it forward. It's a decent turn, and it's been knocked out of play. Scotland will go again. Low ball again. Scotland have it. Ball on the far side of the field of play. The pace that we've seen a few moments ago seems to have been drawn out of the game. England really throwing a blanket over this resurgent Scotland.
Well, in England at the moment, it feels like they're able to get on top of the ball.
Clock stopped.
Is this going to be a card? It was certainly a messy tackle.
That is a green card indeed.
It's that Codgel, I think, who's picked that up for England. It's a green card. It was messy, and I could see why that was given. It's the chasing tackle, and when someone's on the wrong side of their opponent and they reach in, there is that stick contact. And whilst they may be disappointed with it, in the context of this game, I can absolutely understand why that's been given. It feels like the right card.
So Scotland with a numerical advantage here. That's a ball fired into the circle, and that comes off quite conclusively.
Well, well, given that that's hit a player's hand on their stick, then it's not a foul. If that's been given for knocking the ball off the baseline, then it is a foul. But watch as the ball comes in, that the contact on the defender is hand on stick as they come down, because you can then see him take his hand off his stick. There, so that's left hand on stick, absolutely drilled him on his fingers. That's just not a corner. We're at long corner restart, it's off the goalkeeper, there's nothing wrong with it. I genuinely don't understand why that's a corner, I'm afraid.
There's a quicker ball in, fired in low, goalkeeper's down and low. Can't get the ball out from underneath. And you can hear Scottish disappointment. We've got another player gone to ground here. Scotland's Dick Donaldson on the floor for a moment. There's a few fingers being pointed, but I think everyone will be friends at the end of all of this. Bit feisty. I think a few of the Scottish supporters who may be near the microphone weren't happy with the outcome of that passage of play.
No, and you can understand why. You've got a penalty corner that's been played underneath the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper's lying behind it. You can interpret that into lying on top of it. Goalkeeper doesn't have to get out of the way, but understands if they obstruct, then it will be a reward. There was then interaction between two players. Oh, Durn's picked up his third card of the game. Yellow's given to both teams.
Indeed. That's more cards than a well-known brand of greetings card manufacturers.
Pick a brand. We're looking for sponsors for next year. Any card manufacturers who would like to sponsor the penalty cards of the tournament, get in touch.
Yes, 24 Chris Durden makes his way off foot, and I think that might be almost the entire game done for him. We'll get you the ID of the Scottish player that's also being carded as well in due course. And dynamic of the game changed somewhat with two-player light on either side.
Going back to that corner, though, you've got a shot that's gone into a goalkeeper. The goalkeeper is prone. The ball is right in his armpit. And in that situation, you've got two potential outcomes. If a player is deemed to have infringed by just continue to smash that ball against the prone goalkeeper, making no effort to pull it away, it's a foul against the goalkeeper. It's creating danger. That looked to me like that might have been why the free hit was given. The goalkeeper's left hand, however, was right close to the top of the ball, and that's when you start bringing the question mark of obstruction by the goalkeeper, and therefore a reward. 50-50, too far away for us to make that call. The umpire on the turf has to make that because they're right on top of it. Scotland, though, as you say, Andy, not happy with the outcome.
No, that's...
Given, however, the first decision I felt from a penalty corner perspective wasn't a corner.
Oh, that ball whipped in first time in towards the circle. I think that was Scotland's... just trying to get an idea on the player, number 9, who was furthest forward, Flight, who just took the touch and knocked it out of play. I think he's a little bit disappointed himself. It was coming at him very quickly, but that chance where you have the space in the circle really hasn't appeared for Scotland throughout the game, and that's the first one of those I think they've had in a long time.
Well, it does show as this clock starts to tick down, however, that England have to retain their focus. That's a Scotland touch in their circle. They've had corners, they've had that open play chance. They've only got to get one back in the next 2 or 3 minutes, and you create a really interesting mental pressure in the last 5 or 6 minutes of this game. Indeed,
England, since that crossfield ball, was that 4 or 5 minutes ago, England really haven't troubled the Scottish goal. So it is, the momentum is with the Scottish team at the moment. England need to do something about that. A reminder that both teams are down a player currently. England looking to bring the ball over halfway. They've crossed from left to right. Space is starting to open up. It's with Govinda Jutla. Jutla plays the ball towards the baseline. It's been picked up almost by Tim Wood. It comes off his stick and it will be a Scotland restart.
For either side, that's good movement from England. Tim Wood looking to make that outside lead, and it's exactly what either side need to do as they get the ball in midfield channels, is make sure there are high leads and wide leads. Do not try and compact the play in towards the top of the circle too early. Go wide to come back in, try and exploit the baseline, because either side have had reasonable success.
Just keeping an eye away from the field of play at the moment. Both players who were carded are still off the field of play, and by my watch there's been more than 2 minutes, so I think they were both yellows.
It was joint yellows, it was definitely joint yellows. If Durden managed to get himself a third green, I'd have been absolutely...
I knew that was a yellow. I was just looking to clarify if that was a green play shown to Scotland as well.
I think it was the same card that was brandished at both players.
That's a decent pick out of the air. Scotland, can they do something with it? The space is starting to open up. Decent control as well. Kenny McNally, good footwork. Congestion and a couple of sweeps of the stick to try and get the ball back. England have won it and they've gone cross field, and things are starting to open up here. With it, Codgel.
That's a better passage of play. It's only 2 passes for England, but certainly from Watson as he got that. Jutler's done exactly the right thing. He's been in contact. He's then got his feet round, worked it back to his fullback. Fullback has seen that diagonal channel and therefore played it forward. That is simply a tired smash out of defence.
I must say, if I was that player playing the ball out of defence, I'd be a bit disappointed with myself, but also my teammates wouldn't be too happy with me as well.
That's Robbie Anson, who's played some really good classic hit distribution passes. He's topped a couple, but he's played some good hit ball. That one was just tired. It didn't have the connection to the midfielder leading sideways. There was no visual or verbal contact between the two, and it's testament to where we are in this game with 7 minutes to go. Players are tired. They've worked really hard, and because of the nature, certainly I think the first 35 minutes when there was so much turnover, they're tired because they've had to run and chase and harry because they keep giving the ball back to each other.
A reminder, you're watching the men's over 50s Masters competition here at Nottingham Hockey Centre. Oh, that's a really athletic attempt at an interception by the furthest player forward. I think that's Tim Wood, who's done very well to break up that Scottish defence. Scotland, though, have it and looking to find the movement. All the movement is beyond the halfway line. Can't get through that second line out of defence. Moving forward with Constable, captain. Flicks it out towards the right-hand side. That's a nice leave. And things are starting to open up. By the way, Scotland getting towards the baseline, but it's run out and over.
That's disappointing for Scotland because it was exactly the right thing from Rodri Nicholson to do as he was on that right-hand side. The ball's gone forward. He's the highest forward, but he's too far away from the circle for him to think he's got a chance to get through a double-team England defence. So he's then taken it, dropped it back out to his midfield and brought in other players.
Just not quite the connection from the restart. Both of the players that were shown the yellow card are now off the naughty step. And we've got a full complement of players on both teams again. Scotland looking to press. We've had a blow on the whistle. We'll go again from this point. Scotland really injecting a bit of pace and urgency towards the end of the game. That's unfortunate from a presentable position. Control of the ball popping off the stick and out of play. Good pressure, good adrenaline. Things just aren't quite coming off for Scotland.
For England now to manage this last 5 minutes, they need to play quick and slow. They need to play slow when the ball is off the turf. They need to walk to everything. When it's a free hit, they need to eat the clock, take 10 seconds. But then when they have the ball, they have to play fast. Get it down, get it away. Don't give Scotland the chance to get into contact. A great move.
Really, really presentable opportunity here. The goalkeeper's gone down, and that's fired towards the goal, and it's wide of the upright with players falling like pins.
What a fabulous individual dribble. Absolutely brilliant. In off this left-hand side. Superb work from John Cowie. Every bit of skill he had, trickery was coming out. The ball was moving right to left. Fabulously.
Wow. We'll wait for that one on the highlight reel, but that was astonishing. That was, I almost expected the net to ripple there. Scotland couldn't convert it. Now it's with England again. And that's popped up off the foot, so Scotland have another free hit to defend. Running with it is Nick Morris. Scored 2 goals in the win yesterday against Wales.
You see, Hammond's been given that. And I felt that he'd been taken there. Come off a foot for England, and England were given the advantage. Hammond picked it up, and he made 2 or 3 lateral moves or touched the ball 2 or 3 times. And then because for him it was out of control... Phillips has stopped. Phillips has stopped because it's gone off the sideline. Everybody thought it was going to stop. The whistle didn't get blown. Everybody carried on. And then Palmer's just wiped him out accidentally. There's good spirits between the two of them.
Talking about game management, this is precisely where England want the ball to see the game out. And try and, as you were saying earlier on, make the Scottish forwards work and tire them out. Make them run. Keep possession of the ball, and this is exactly what England are doing. In fact, they've got more white shirts back to try and get the triangles ready and work the ball, although they're looking to press forward, and they're giving possession away again.
At the start of this game, I said Colin Cooper had one of the best over-the-top dummies that you'll see on anybody. If we can clip that last 10 seconds as he came forward, not for the highlights reel, but just for anybody who wants to watch it over the top, he's absolutely sold his opposite number in a way that he's got the receipt he bought it so early. Oh, that's horrible.
Grub.
Who said a great tackle? We can hear it through the window. Somebody's got a great tackle. I'm like, what? In what definition of great tackle is that a great tackle?
clock continuing to count down. The pressure that of the time running out for Scotland, I think it's looking like it's going to be too much for them at the moment. But anything can happen. We've had crazy finishes on this pitch before. We've had a crazy game so far as well. We've seen multiple cards, strange goals, and people toppling over.
To a large extent, I think it's been a pretty respectable performance from a Scottish perspective, despite the fact they're 2 goals down. They've defended well. They haven't given away a huge number of chances. They've created a couple for themselves, and I think they've been on the wrong end of a couple of decisions that could have gone their way in a different circumstance. So I think they'd be reasonably comfortable. I actually think they've had greater pass completion across this game. They might not have had the territory in possession, but I think they've done well.
Indeed, the ball just being carried up and over the baseline. Stephen Grubb was in the circle briefly. I think he just nudged the ball out of play, which is why we've got an England restart with 90 seconds still to go. This isn't the end of the play today here at Nottingham Hockey Centre. We do have another game to come. If you're watching in the bar, let's just break off. And
that's just the wrong way. All the players, the whole Scottish team, I'm sorry. You've got Nick Morris, who's driven that forward. It's gone into run into a defender's flat stick. In doing so, his momentum's carried him into his opponent. That should absolutely have been a Scottish free hit. The obstructions created by the player running forwards, having left the ball behind, which is why Scotland was stepping up and were aggrieved that they hadn't got that possession.
Time really is against Scotland now. We'll be quite vague and say there's around 60 seconds to go. And England are in possession and playing the ball towards the baseline. And things are starting to open up for them here. In fact, play on. I think there was a hooter and people stopped playing because they thought it was for this game.
They did indeed, and it was on the other pitch, and Phillips there had an open goal beckoning, but he stopped because the hooter, as you say, was on the other pitch. The players have reacted to it. There would have been a chance for England to get a third. It's not going to affect the outcome of this game, but
this
Monty
is the
Phillips.
hooter for this game. What an opportunity that would have been. I think there were seconds away from that ball going into the backboard and hammered at pace. But no, everyone seemed to stop for a second. I think they'll be quite disappointed with that. That is the final score, as you can see on your screen. England 2, Scotland 0. Chris Durden's penalty corner that went in via a deflection on 25. And then right at the end of the half, Kevin Miller's field goal, making it 2-0. And just for the stats fans, here's the cards that we've seen during the game. Chris Durden collecting 3, 2 greens and a yellow. And Chris Flight of Scotland also going into the book, as well as Dick Donaldson. He got the other yellow card, and both of those yellows were 5 minutes. What do you make of that?
I think it's a game that Scotland will be pretty happy with. I mean, they didn't create enough real opportunities consistently through the whole game. For England, again, for me, it's just that, I keep repeating myself, it's the pass completion rate. You've got a team that are playing down the same channel consistently without a huge amount of lateral movement, and I think that's what's punishing them. And they'll look back on that in their analysis, that I think they need to use the wide and the high space that little bit better. But for Scotland, I think they can be pleased with how they played. They've got some good defensive work in. I think Janssen can play some really good passes off the hit ball when he continues to concentrate. And if Constable can keep them moving in the right ways, I think they'll go into their last game with some real confidence.
Indeed, so it's England with 2 wins from 2. Scotland performing well, but ultimately frustrated by the scoreline, the time running out, and 2 goals that England scored. A little bit of frustration from the team in blue as they leave the field, but everyone's all friends, and relationships we renewed, I think, over some liquid refreshment later in the day. From us here in the chapel at BTV, you've been watching the Masters Invitational event at Nottingham, and you've been watching a very, very entertaining men's over-50s game, which has finished England 2, Scotland 0. They've had success. Balls in the circle. Is this a shooting opportunity? It is, but wide of the upright goalkeeper for Scotland. I'm sure that's Alistair McLean in the Scottish goal, stretching with his foot, but the ball was wide of the upright. First real opportunity of the game.
That window, and it's just on the knee as he's come through. The stick from Wood, I think, just got left in across Constable's knee, giving him a bit of a hobble. So he then promptly drills it into his feet. That is brilliant poetic justice.
See that? Have some of your own medicine. Like shirts. That Possession didn't last long. Over halfway again. Go England. Support coming on the left-hand side. And then we got a first penalty corner of the game. Wow, quick movement from England.
Well, on the whistle, so there's no fake or anything. That to me is good empathy with what's going on. Yes, the letter of the law we know, but that's good umpiring.
Here we go again. Quickly out goes Scotland. Play towards the left-hand upright, but beyond the stick of the injector. I think that was Tim Wood who was closest to the injector.
And he wrote that himself, yeah?
Yes.
So he'd better be good on this.
Let's see what the outcome is. It is going towards Durden. Plays it towards the left-hand side. Underneath the goalkeeper and in. England have the lead.
Unfortunately for Scotland, that's Phillips, the captain. It surprises me. He's not renowned for the most powerful drag flick in the world. Morris, well, he kind of looped it at the near post, to be honest. I mean, that's been taken down pretty easily by the defence.
Goalkeeper on their toes. That's high and wide. Interesting angle on the shot. Didn't really trouble the goalkeeper.
And then control how you interact.
I must say that was a lovely touch from Greg Brown, but play moves on. England looking to build and get the ball into the circle. Could this be a second before half-time? It is. That just seemed to all appear out of nowhere.
Where Durden's gone and got it horribly wrong. There's a number of areas you have to say where either team, and England particularly, really would want to tighten up that.
Corner for Scotland. That's a long blow on the whistle.
Well, what will be interesting is if that coordination.
Another gift of possession back towards Scotland, but that moment in possession didn't last particularly long. England looking to play down the right-hand side where they've had most of the joy in the game. Lingering is Ian Hammond, and the goalkeeper having to step in and try and make a nuisance
behind him. And if that's replayed across several lines, midfield and defence, for either team, that's when opportunities open up in these latter stages of periods. Janssen, brilliant. That is get rid of it as hard as you can. He'll wish he hit his corner like that. That's absolutely right.
Oh.
Anti-skill, brilliant. You've got to love some anti-skill. Two players going at it. I've missed that. Oh, it's got exactly where I wanted it to go. Brilliant.
Scotland looking to get on the score sheet, and that's a penalty corner. What a present they get back on the score sheet. Although England do well to step in and win the ball back, and already receiving the ball, there's a player in acres of space. That's a swing and a miss, I think. And he looks like he's just been taken out. What happened there? At the moment, looking for the introduction of a few more supporting shirts in blue. Good pressure, more composed in the Scottish attack, getting the ball around the edge of the circle, working the England defence. That's decent, and that's a penalty corner for Scotland, number 4 of this half.
Stands, if they obstruct, then it will be a reward. There was then interaction between two players. Oh, Durden's picked up his 3rd card of the game. Yellow's given to both teams.
Indeed, that's more cards than a well-known brand.
Seconds, but then when they have the ball, they have to play fast. Get it down, get it away. Don't give Scotland the chance to get into contact. A great move.
Really, really presentable opportunity here. The goalkeeper's gone down, and that's fired towards the goal, and it's wide of the upright with players falling like pins.
What a fabulous individual dribble.